Good morning from WA. We are here for stop number 5, the Margaret River Pro. The pressure's going to be on like never before.
I gotta know what you're made of. I gotta see how you roll. Sugar and spice and all things nice ain't gonna satisfy my soul.
Tyler Wright is back in a big way, just looking so confident.
Carissa Surfers achieved back-to-back wins at this venue.
Molly Picklam, the first year on tour. That was a dynamic one single blast.
You got a lot to prove. You got a lot to prove. You got so much to prove.
A very early morning in Margaret River. This is going to be a very challenging day of competition with all this size that we have in the lineup.
The swell has really kicked in. Look how big these waves are.
Double overhead for the boat.
Yeah. On Margaret River to deliver, and it delivers in a big way.
The rookie that's setting the pace this year, Callum Robson, hits it hard off the top, and Callum hangs on.
Wow.
Under the lip hook. The takeoff.
Full airdrop into a huge carve. Bang, just gets completely axed. He needed a good wave here and just jams it.
It's a cat and mouse game out here right now.
Ryan Callanan
Picked the ball up where he left off.
Ezekiel out there.
What a great snap. Oh, his board just flips out and then goes over the falls.
Been a monster finish.
Just hung on by his toenails. Is he going to attack it? Classic. No one does it better in John. It's his signature move. John Florence in full flight.
is going to be an intense day of competition because the cut is officially here.
Dreams will be broken today.
The intensity could be felt in the warm-up session. There's a lot on the line with the elimination rounds.
Good surfing here from Lakey.
Just a polished performance, but really, really good surfing from Luana Silva in a clutch situation.
Turn up the volume, sugar. There ain't no holding back. This ain't a test now, honey. I'm a real soundtrack. Pump up the color player. Thirst till you cross the edge. Nothing like they expected. Countdown to contact.
A solid performance for Jansen Andre from start to finish. Weightless on the re-entry into the flats. David Silva heads the same direction.
Take a seat, 'cause I don't get better than this.
The surfer representing Portugal drives through his first carve. Frederico Moraes did it beautifully. Jacob Wilcox falling short.
Take a seat, 'cause I don't get better than this. Ain't taking no more prisoners. Better get out the way. Nothing like they expected. Countdown to contact.
That was likely Seth's last shot at it.
Oh, wow, that could have been it. You can see the disappointment.
And it's Samuel Pupo who really did put on a show for us.
This round of women's is going to be so exciting.
Brisa with priority is going to go. A lot of power. Luana, it's going to be a heartbreak situation for her now.
Gabriella Bryan, a monstrous power hack to kick it off.
And the rookie in Gabriella Bryan taking out Tatiana Weston-Webb.
Molly Picklum now, big swing, big frontside hook. It will be a huge win for the rookie on tour. World number 2 is knocked out.
In the middle of the action. In the middle of the frame. It's gonna be my game.
What a performance from Bronte. Dad is buzzing. Steph draws up into a steep section. Dynamic turn out of the top.
India throws a head back in disgust.
The look of anguish, certainly not safe now.
Lakey, a former event champ, just been knocked out of the event.
This has just been the most bizarre day of competition surfing we've ever seen. Well done, take it.
Thanks, I'll take it.
Big win for Joanne DeFay over Sally Fitzgibbons on a dramatic day here at the Margaret River Pro. The quarterfinals are starting next.
Gabby Bryan advancing through into the semifinals, keeping herself above the cut line.
Courtney Conalog absolutely going to town on this wave.
It's time to rise up. It's time to stand firm. It's time to stay strong. Now I know where I belong. It's time to wake up and keep the faith strong. It's time to move on. Now I know where I belong.
As you can see, our competitors getting set on what is the second last day of the event window.
Here goes John. John just lays on the hillside rail.
Nobody does it better. Stylish swoop there.
An absolute clinic here. If you hit this thing late, that foam is just going to swallow you up.
Final section count. Drives up into it.
Callum, he just loves the big stuff.
This will be a tough blow for Morgan Sidlick.
Back to the Challenger Series.
There is going to be a lot of drama today, that's for sure.
You can run on for a long time, run on for a long time, run on for a long time.
Connor has
Sooner or
not made the
later,
cut.
gotta cut you down. Sooner or later, gotta cut you down.
He was just on his tippy toes making that drop. And it's about being calm in the chaos.
And he goes up for a huge hit. He pulls it off, throws the flame. Samuel Pupo with all the emotion releasing.
It's that right hand jab. It's a TKO. Look at these board. It cavitates.
run the town, run the street them too. Let's look if we come through. All of the man, they're ready for war. You can never test my crew. Right to the top, we live in the dream. We can't be beaten, so focused. I smell victory, don't approach us.
So the victors go the spoils. It's just how it is.
Look at the power on the backhand, just leaning right on the heels.
Kind of like a tradesman style approach. And his opponent has not been able to go with him.
Just that Andy Iron style.
And you'll love the feel of that.
Giant wave.
Either rise or you fall. I'm on a mission, bringing my dreams to fruition. I ain't playing at all. Bring out the body bags, I'm about to kill them, deliver them to the mortician. I gotta do what I gotta do. That's for my face, back in my face. I gotta do what I gotta do. I pray to God, he never came. I'ma do me, I'ma do me. That's in my blood, I'll never change. That's in my blood, I'll never change. That's in my blood, I'll never change.
Good morning and happy finals day as we check out the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Already getting fired up for a massive day. The men will be kicking off with a round of 16 and semifinalists already prepared on the women's side. Isabella Nichols with a big day on her hands here on the last day of the waiting period as we have woken up to cleaner conditions. Local hero Jack Robinson right next to Ethan Ewing, and Colapinto loves that visualization as Caltex, the top-seeded rookie on tour, prepares for a young Californian named Griffin Colapinto here at Margaret River. Exciting times here at stop number 5 of the World Surf League Championship Tour. It is a clean, cool morning here at Main Break, looking at beautiful waves coming through. Thanks for being with us on the Harvey Norman host set. Joe Turpel with longtime CT standout Richie Lovett. Richie, first of all, good morning.
Morning, Joe.
Great to see you. And did you sleep well last night after a pretty heavyweight day for pro surfing?
I did. It took a little time to decompress and just take in the gravity of what happened yesterday. But knowing that we were going to have a great day of surfing today, I went into a nice slumber.
And waves are gigantic last night, as we saw in that last heat with Baron Mamiya getting past David Silva. Things have dropped a little bit in size, but it looks incredibly rippable. Let's get official word from Jessie Miley-Dyer, who's with Laura Enever.
Yes, good morning, everybody. We've woken up to a stunning Wednesday morning here at Margaret River. Waves are pumping, Jessie. It's obviously the last day of the holding period. So what are we going into, and where are we going to be?
Yeah, so we've got a big day for finals day. We're going to be starting with the men's round of 16. So we're going men's round of 16, men's quarterfinals, women's semi-finals, men's semi-finals, women's final, men's final. Yeah, so it's a really long day for us. We're going to be here at Main Break. We did come down this morning and had hopes that we could potentially be at the box at some stage today, but it's not quite breaking over there right now. And we have a really big day ahead of us out here, and there's a lot of heats to get through. So we're going to be here at Main Break.
And can you give us an update on the first heat?
Yeah, so there's actually going to be a walkthrough in Heat 1. Kalohe Andino's withdrawn due to a stomach bug. So we're not going to be running Heat 1. The first heat of the morning is Heat 2.
Amazing. So going into finals day, we're going to be crowning 2 winners today. Very exciting.
Thank you so much, Laura and Jesse Miley-Dyer. As we're wishing Kalohe a speedy recovery, he'd definitely be devastated to have to walk away from a big round of 16 matchup with someone he travels with someone he's been in the final with at Margaret River. So John Florence will be straight into the quarterfinals, and we'll kick things off with Callum Robson and Griffin Colapinto.
Yeah, and this is going to be a great matchup. And just quickly again, we hope speedy recovery for Kalohe. Just such a disappointment for him. That was matching up to be one of the heats of the round, going up against longtime friend, but unfortunately not to be. So he'll set his sights into the future. But a great matchup here with Callum Robson and Griffin Colapinto. Pretty even in terms of the matchup here. Lots of power, but maybe Griffin just might have an edge when you think about progression.
Well, we're not totally done yet with this whole mid-season cut talk yet. We still have some things to work out. Remember, there's one spot available when we talk about the bubble. Owen Wright is out of the event, but we'll just see if he makes it for the rest of the season, depending on what happens with Matthew McGillivray versus Samuel Pupo in the round of 16, heat number 3. Maddie makes that heat, Owen's off tour. If Maddie loses that heat, Owen will be on tour from G-Land and beyond, even the start of the 2023 season, all the way basically back to here at Margaret River. So a big heat on the line to decide the fate of South Africa's Maddie and also Owen Wright. The semifinals are also intense for the women, Rich, with Gabrielle O'Brien in semifinal heat number 1. If Gabby wins semifinal number 1 over Courtney Conlogue, she makes the cut. Interesting, though, if Courtney gets the win and then Bella wins the heat against Bronte, Bella would then move ahead of Gabby on the rankings. Things are getting interesting there. The second semifinal is big for Bella Nichols and Bronte McCauley. They basically have to think about winning the event to have a shot on tour, especially if Gabby gets that first heat win. That was a lot to probably take in there. We'll simplify that when the semifinals start a little bit later on today on finals day.
Yeah, it's quite straightforward for the men's side of things, and quite complicated for the women, depending on how it all falls into place. But one thing's for sure, Joe, we're going to see an amazing day of surfing, and it'd be good to get a camera on Owen and Mamiya throughout the day if they're even anywhere near the competition zone, because they would be just chewing their nails. The fate of their career is, well, it's not even in their hands. And they've got to watch nervously today as things unfold. But wow, man, just what an exciting couple of days of surfing, and an amazing playing field today. The conditions just look so good.
So dreamy, so rippable. There's definitely some wild cleanup sets late in the evening, and even seeing the heat with Baron Mamiya, where he was wearing some sets on the head, and David Silva got knocked out with a .13 total. It was rogue, wild open ocean surf. Today, really clean, favorable winds, and we're officially on for finals day. 30-minute heats scored on their top 2 here in the round of 16. Callum Robson versus Griffin Colapinto. Callum, number 6 in the world, and just in his 5th start at a CT event. He's just getting his feet wet on tour. Griffin Colapinto, we've seen some highlights from him, but nothing better than what we saw in Europe this year, getting his first CT victory. How do you separate these guys? You began diving into their strengths. Would you put Griffin as the more high-performance athlete in this matchup?
Yeah, definitely. I think in terms of power alone, maybe the nod goes to Callum Robson. But when you think about progression and above-the-lip manoeuvres, Griffin has a big repertoire to dive into. We're going to get right into action straight away.
Scratching into this one just to try to get the early start. Colapinto up and out. So priority will be with Callum Robson. Callum working with Taj Burrow, the local hero, longtime legend of pro surfing, multiple-time runner-up in the world, winning CT events across the planet, and he's been happy to work with Callum. And Griffin Colapinto has Taj's number. Griffin called up Taj to see if he could take his jersey number, 99, and Taj gave him the blessing, and he's been running with it ever since. So two of Taj's favorites in this first heat of the morning.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? And I feel like Griffin is really settling into his position on the tour now. The kind of rookie uneasiness that sometimes happen, that's all gone. He's got his first event win. He's starting to think top 5 and potentially even a world title. You know, if we get to Trestles and he's got anywhere near that top 5, he's going to be one of the favourites for sure. And obviously made the cut, feeling, you know, pressure-free with the way he surfs. But he's really in the zone at the moment and working well with Tommy Whitaker, former CT surfer and one of my old tour companions. And obviously the partnership working very, very well. Callum, more of that sort of blue-collar approach to his career. Maybe not so much backing with sponsors and things like that. But Callum's just gone about his business, and he's been the surprise package in terms of all the rookies this year. And been great to watch. Really impressed with the way he's surfing.
Really cool to hang out with him on the podium at Bell's and just hearing his reactions to what's happening in his life and where he's been in his different types of careers. You know, he had a great footy background as a young, strong kid from Evanston. Even had some apprenticeships in carpentry and was kind of thinking about coaching more at the high performance centers in Australia. All of a sudden got on a great run through the Challenger Series, and he's like, okay, hang on, I'm gonna enjoy my time as one of the best surfers in the world. I love that surfing still has those really cool underdog stories, and as a guy like Callum sitting number 6 in the world and improving with this result.
It's just crazy, isn't it? We're the beneficiaries of his choice in surfing rather than staying on the tools. Because his surfing really is just magnificent. I love the way it's anchored to that power base, you know, the commitment to the rail game, and he puts a little bit of flair in their work as well, working very closely with Adam Sparrow Fletcher, his shaper. He's been working with him for a lot of years now, and he's a really self-confident fella. You know, there's not an arrogance to it, but he just knows where his strengths are. He's confident around the competition zone. He doesn't seem fazed by the fact that he's a first year rookie. It doesn't matter who he's up against. He just goes out there and does his thing.
0.27 start for Griffin. Just started the priority rotation, so Robson will hold out the back and wait for waves as Griffin's just roaming. Starting off his first turn, he'll stay over his feet to complete it. Whips it back into the pocket quickly, and he's got to get out of there. You can see the rhythm just wasn't quite set on that wave. Here's Callum's start to finals day. Robson holds that rail well. That is just such a reliable turn. Now he's stretching this out. He's got a big section. He tries to put everything into it. Taj
Bad stack.
was just reacting to a wild wipeout there. Even Jack Robinson had his eyebrows way up. Callum was swinging for the fences right over the bricks there, Rich.
Yeah, he just was got a little punch to the little right hook there to open up the morning and well, wake himself up. But good signs though. The opening turn was nice. Liked how he just waited for his moment here. And very similar to the surfing he was doing at Bell's, just staying right close to that critical section. You can see he was trying to get to this moment here, but just went a little bit too late, Joe. See here, he needed to be up a little bit higher. He was under the lip there, and his board lost control, and he actually fell on top of his board there, and I think that's why Taj was sort of reacting the way he did. And this was Griff's opening wave, a little bit untidy just with the timing. You could see there a little glitch in the carve. He fixed it up well, and then again just caught the little hillside rail there. So just pulling through. So our surfers just trying to settle into this heat. They're only 30-minute heats, so not a lot of time. We were looking at 35-minute heats yesterday, so each ride is going to be critical. Here we go, live action with Griff.
The California winding up off the bottom. There's a nice clean wrap to start, and not what he was looking for. So numbers are staying real small at the start of the morning here. 3.5 for Griff. 2.83 start for Callum Robson, with the fall and an aggressive finishing move attempt for the Australian. Colapinto had some fireworks earlier this season when we went to Europe, and he was able to end the California drought of being winless since Bobby Martinez in 2009. Colapinto was in a great headspace. Finals day was the cleanest day, trimmed down in size, and he got past some big names like John Florence and then Felipe Toledo in the final. When you see waves like this, you're expecting Toledo to smoke everybody on tour, so that was a huge victory for Griff.
Yeah, it's little shades of lowers left or T Street out there. I think he was channeling that energy, that glassy condition. You can see best friend Chloe Andino there to greet him and cheer him up the beach. What a win for the youngster, and well, we knew it was only a matter of time before Griff was going to get his name on one of the first place trophies, and Portugal was the one.
I don't think he's stopped dancing ever since. I mean, we know he loves to put on a show and have some fun with his friends, his filmer. They're always making music videos, and their celebration was incredible in Europe. They're just having so much fun on tour. And I really think that you contribute that to having coaches like Tommy Whitaker and even before Jake Patterson. They balance the energy of doing well and putting in the work, but also enjoying where you are in life and living this dream of being on tour. And I feel like that's like that perfect relationship of not getting too carried away with the down of a loss, but also living it up and living the dream.
It's an important balance too. I remember being on tour and just taking it so seriously, and I was so stressed out that the results weren't coming. And I was actually with Jake Patterson at the time, and we were both in a bit of a rut, and we talked it out, you know, kind of like as if we were coaches ourselves, and we said, let's change this. Let's just start having fun. And then the results started to happen after that.
Let's get more insight on these coaches with Ronnie Blakey on the steps. Morning, Ron.
Morning, Joey. Yeah, well, plenty of big names down here competing today on finals day, but also on the steps, helping coach these youngsters to glory. And a couple of old sparring partners behind me, Taj Burrow and Tom Whitaker. They've got horses in the race at the moment, and they're giving each other heaps of stick at this stage. Callum's out there riding a 6-4, and Griffin's out there on a 6-1. So they've gone to those lower, more high-performance boards and expecting they'll have a bit more freedom out there in the lineup.
Love that. I mean, how is the banter, though? I mean, those guys have so many laps together. Are they trying to be serious on camera right now, Ron?
Oh, they try. They try and be serious, but there's nothing serious about these two. But no, Taj, it's great to have him back around the events. Obviously, loves professional surfing, froths on it in a really big way. And it was really cool that Callum gave him the call and rang in, wanted to tap into all his knowledge here at Main Break. Tommy Whitaker, a former winner here as well. So much knowledge being absorbed by these youngsters, and they're going to try and put it to good use right now.
Good man, Ronnie. Griffin Colapinto, racetrack down the line, looking for a big opening turn. Comes down with the lip. Very critical section, but still searching for a place to combo it up. Hasn't been easy yet this morning. Still enjoying a long bottom turn is Callum Robson on his second wave of the matchup. Little redirect off the top, foamy inside corner. And he'll just have to straighten out through the shallow end here. So looking at clean conditions, it's appearing to be not as rippable so far for the opening stages of the round of 16. Both these guys with big plans to start off with aggressive scores, and Main Break's keeping them honest this morning.
Yeah, I think both our surfers just settling into the new conditions that we have here. Yesterday was a very challenging day with gigantic surf and really strong winds, and things have changed a little bit. Griff here just streaking down the line, trying to get to some open, clean water. And that was a good snap off the top, but unfortunately just wasn't able to get the second one in. Second wave of the set here for Callum Robson. He opens up with a nice slice, and just dealing with some turbulent water. Gets another little second snap. Comes all the way through for a soft cutback right at the end. But consistent there. You can see Callum just knowing that he wants to get to the finish of this wave, get a decent score on the board. It's going to be a mid-range score in my mind. And no one really digging in this heat just yet. Just still trying to figure out the conditions. Maybe a little bit of morning sickness and wobble on the face of the wave. The sun's only just coming up behind us now. We know that when the sun comes up, starts to get higher, it settles the ocean a little bit. And making adjustments to these new boards as well. New equipment for today.
Last score for Colapinto, 3.63. 3.5 as a backup. And now Callum will probably have just slightly the best score of the heat so far, as they're trying to find big sections to get closer to the excellent range. Last number comes in at a 4.17 as they're looking right into the glare of that beautiful sunrise here in the west. We're going to take a quick Bonsoy brew break and be back for the finish of the round of 16, heat number 2.
I don't know, I guess I want to leave my mark like that. It's just maybe I inspire people to get out and be in the water and enjoy it, but not in any specific or particular way, more how they want to do it.
Some of my favorite things to do outside of surf contests are hang out with my friends, golf, just come up with random goofy things that a lot of people might not think is fun, but we make it fun with the crew we have. Oh, Bruce's part.
The WSL is working with Nature Conservation, Margaret River region, to heal this beautiful dune landscape.
We Are One Ocean is an initiative led by the WSL to inspire our global surf community to protect and conserve our one ocean.
It's so cool to see, the younger generation just already taking part in initiatives like this. That's just key to a beautiful future and a sustainable coastline.
Help us preserve the future of our sport. To learn more, go to weareoneocean.org.
Welcome back to the Margaret River Pro. I am Laura Enova here on the iconic Margie Stairs for the Oakberry surf conditions. We have woken up to the trifecta this morning. Perfect conditions, perfect weather, and perfect swells. So out there at the moment, 6 to 8 foot, beautiful Margie's main break. Some of the competitors were hoping that this morning we might have moved across to the box, but unfortunately the swell size too big and the period also too big at the moment. Winds are amazing. They're going to keep getting more amazing throughout the day. Offshore, we're just going to have a perfect day. Kaipo, how's it looking out there from your end? Out the back with Dometic?
Out the back here with Dometic, and actually I'm going to rush just for a sec to get over this one. And we're good.
I think Kaipo was
good. We got a surfer.
Oh, he's back. Kaipo, you still there?
I'm still here, but we got Griff taking off right now. I'll let you take it away, Joe. Looks like a good one.
Colapinto setting up the wall of main break. Goes over the top of that section and a fall. Kaipo, back to you, my friend. It's a glorious morning and a great sunrise.
It is absolutely beautiful. The southwest of Australia, absolutely gorgeous. Painted skies this morning. We got that offshore wind. All of the elements are coming together for a great finals day. Absolutely the best day of the waiting period today, Joe.
Kaipo, you're out there and feeling all the energy of the ocean. Things have trimmed down a bit. Is there a little bit of a just relief out in the water of not being cleaned up by some big sets? And is it going to be more high performance today?
I think it's high performance all day. We got the buoys at 3 meters right now. They're going to drop down to 2 meters this afternoon. We start off the day with a high tide. Be draining to a low tide this afternoon, so that's going to be good as the swell decreases. We'll have a little less water on the reef. One challenge right now, Joe, however, is this morning glare on seeing kind of the priority screen on the beach. That may be a factor for the first couple of heats of the day, but other than that, it is absolutely gorgeous.
Good man, Kaipo. Enjoy finals day. They've got the speakers really turned up loud, so it should be a little bit easier for the surfers to hear all those updates and situations compared to the big day we had yesterday. During the break, Richie, Callum Robson got this wave.
Yeah, good looking wave as the sun starts to really open these canvases up, make them look nice and pretty, and some pretty surfing here from Callum Robson as he ducks and weaves and carves and arcs. And here we go, Griff, replay his wave, an aggressive hit to start off, and just tries to attack that foamy section. That's a couple of times now where Griff's tried to go up and really mess with the lip here, and he's come off second place.
So really interesting start here. We're talking a 7.57 combined total for Callum out in front. What's the clear challenge to perform right now, Rich?
These guys just need to settle in and pick a good wave and just get their timing right. I think they're taking waves and they're trying to manufacture the scores in sections where they possibly should just be sticking to the face, getting those rail carves, those big swooping turns that we're used to seeing here at Margaret River. Perhaps a little bit of urgency too in the situation. They just need to reset the mind and try and get into the flow of these sets, because there's still plenty of waves out there. Conditions are almost flawless, so the canvas is there. They just need to start painting a little better.
I remember talking to Sebastian Zietz, champion out here at Margaret River in the past, and he said before a finals day he just couldn't sleep. He just had so much energy overnight, thinking about what he wanted to do and the opportunities that would lie ahead of him, and he'd just have an all-nighter and then wake up kind of just on pure adrenaline on maybe like an hour's sleep and have to perform through multiple heats on one day.
Yeah, well, you just touched on something there. It's going to be a big day of surfing for whoever makes it through to the final, but it's heat by heat, you know. You got to get there wave by wave. So it's a scrappy heat at the moment, and I think we'll see this next 12 minutes really open up. These guys will just settle into their rhythm, and we'll see the surfing that we know that they can do.
And it's not like John needed any help on a day like today. You know, he would be seriously bummed for Kolohe and Dino, good friends. They travel together a lot. Kolohe once again had a stomach bug, and he was up all night, and he had to withdraw this morning. So Florence already in the quarterfinals will take on the winner of this matchup. But you think one less heat for energy, going on a massive run for finals day. Colapinto, 3.95 is what he needs to take the lead over Callum Robson. He was able to make finals day at Margaret River last year. He's actually been fairly consistent when it comes to Australia CT events. He was in a semifinal at Narrabeen. His rookie debut is something we'll never forget, getting a 10-point ride at Kira.
That was gnarly. That was such a good wave.
So he finds some really good runs in this amazing country, and backing up a great result from last year here at the Margaret River Pro. I think a lot of things we were touching on is people's careers just changing paths heading to the Challenger Series yesterday, but there's another thing we haven't experienced yet with the changes of this idea of making it to G-Land the rest of the season through Tahiti. We're going to actually see surfers freed up for the first time in a different way, where if you've made this cut, there's not going to be consequence of falling off tour in the back end. So they'll be surfing waves like Tahiti, El Salvador, with not that fear of falling off. And I'm almost thinking we might see movie parts from here on out with that kind of like, not that fear on their shoulders of looking back and seeing what's happening with the cut.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. As a surfer, as a competitor, whenever you're unrestricted in your mind and you're able to just really surf to your full potential, that's when great things happen. And as you said, from this event on, we're going to have a set amount of people on tour all the way through into next year. So big moments ahead.
Griffin Colapinto looking for the 3.95. Settling down that rail off the top, pushing hard off the bottom. There's a clean reaction to the open face. Solid forehand hook again. And Griffin finally getting one to link up all the way through to the bricks. Great performance from the Californian. That should be plenty to take the lead.
Yeah, that's a better wave, and you can see Griff just didn't oversurf that one. Possibly attacked at about 70%, maybe 80%. Knew that at this point in the heat, a decent mid-range score or just above would be enough to really settle in and start putting some pressure on his opponent. And I think as we watch the replay here, still a little bit of that offshore bump on the face, and Griff does well to just maintain control of his surfboard, an extended cutback, and then here's where he started to open up. A more aggressive turn on the second. And then third, as the wave starts to really pocket out, and Griff can start to power up on the board and really drive through the fins. Gets to the finish, so best wave of the heat so far.
Solid delivery for Griffin Colapinto. Managed his rail through those bumps, pushed hard when it opened up a bit cleaner on the open face. And looking for his second win of his career. We think about how long he's been on tour, a few years. He's had a few injuries there. The Portugal final was his first final appearance on the CT, and I guess you compare that to the quick learning curve for Callum Robson, making a final in just his fourth start on the championship tour. And I think that breakthrough victory was the seesaw battle that he had with one of the all-time greats in surfing history, Mick Fanning. Everything changed from that heat win, and almost went on to win his first event in such a short period of time.
Yeah, it's you get that first win and then you're off and running. It's like, okay, I can do this, and it doesn't seem like such a big mountain to climb. And well, Griffin, you can feel the confidence in him. He's so sure of the way he surfs. He's confident in his ability, and I think he's really just settled into a good headspace as well. You know, he's tapped into a lot of meditation and the breath work that he does. He's really in tune with his body and everything that's going on around him, and he feels like he's in a really good place. So you know, we expect big things from Griff, and I feel like now that we're past this cut zone, he's one of the guys that we could really see start shooting up the ratings.
Standing on the ledge. That'd be fun.
Matthew McGillivray getting the high five from his coach, Jay Bottle Thompson, as he enters the water in one of the biggest heats of his young career as he takes on Samuel Pupo. As we know, Pupo officially survived the cut, so he'll be feeling weightless and ready to go. Matty McGillivray is in a must-win situation to decide his fate on tour, and also we'll see what happens with Owen Wright. If Matthew McGillivray gets through, we'll see the South African continue on. If he goes down to Sammy Pupo, we'll see 6'3" Owen Wright.
Oh, big moment to try and
move forward.
Control that composure for Matty. And well, this is a big moment in his career, big moment in his life, surfing to stay on tour. And I feel like if he could have painted a canvas or a moment, or in terms of conditions, he would have gone exactly how it is today is what I would like the conditions to be. So he's going to have every chance if he can just surf like he did yesterday, and how his performances at Margaret River here. He's been on fire.
Already some rash guard requests. That jersey of Sammy Pupo. The fans have been loving all the action here. Looks like we'll have sunny skies here for finals day, and a maxed out crowd on deck here on the last day of the waiting period for the Margaret River Pro. Samuel Pupo so happy to be moving on with his big brother. Miguel was incredible yesterday. Looked so strong in that performance where he eliminated Owen Wright. So both the Pupos are playing a big part in Owen's destiny as we look at Griffin Colapinto. This wave starting off a bit slow, but he's hanging in there. Now with some speed to burn. Slashes it on the open face, hits it over the roof, and recovers his rail to get the completion.
Yeah, not a bad wave there for Griff. And that will, I think, improve his backup, Joe. Just needing a 3, anything more than a 3.63 will extend the lead there. Dropping that 5.67 on the previous wave, so starting to build a bit of a scoreline here. And Griffin, just like that, it's 5 minutes to go. This heat feels like it's going really, really fast this morning, and under priority there. That was a good move for Griff. I feel like he's going to add just a little bit more pressure to Callum Robson, who, well, in another minute or two is only going to be looking at one shot at getting the requirement. Still time to perhaps get 2 waves if he gets one in the next 30 seconds.
4:30 remaining in the first heat of the morning here in the round of 16. Heat number 2, Griffin Colapinto versus Callum Robson. These two started off just wanting to rip the bag out of every single section. Callum was swinging for the fences on his opening strike and went down hard. They tried to settle down a little bit. Callum got a 4.17 and a 3.4. Then we saw Griffin start building. 5.67, his best score, and still the best wave of the heat so far.
Yeah, Griffin's really starting to settle in. The back half of this heat, these inside turns are starting to look more aggressive. He's putting more power into it and getting to the finish. So Griff starting to take control. This is the last wave that he caught under priority from Callum Robson. I was a little bit surprised actually that Callum didn't take this wave. So he could have potentially taken it from a little bit further out. Perhaps would have got one more turn on the outside. And Griff doing well to hold on to that final turn, almost overextended. But just showing how talented he is to ride out of that last maneuver.
Ronnie Blakey, you can tell these two surfers are just trying to manufacture something big. They're having to settle right now for mid-range scores, but they want it so bad. Hopefully they can get some clear water to really perform.
Most definitely, yeah, a bit of a scrappy heat to kick things off, and I've been watching the coaches, Taj Barrow in his first coaching effort, although he quickly said, oh, I'm not coaching, I'm just here to back up the boy. But yeah, these guys are really sort of struggling to connect with that special kind of ride, but I can feel it coming. I can also feel the energy for this next heat. You know, it's starting to take over. I was perched over here before. It's a beautiful day, but the storm has moved in. They kicked me out of my spot. What's the go, boys? All smiles today, these guys here to cheer on Sammy Pupo in this next heat, but also a big change in just the atmosphere around the event today. Obviously, yesterday was a heavy one, but Zhao Chianca is down here, big smile on his face, as he now looks forward to hitting the Challenger Series, and the forecast looking great for this event. But I think everyone's got that feeling, that finals day feeling, and with the epic conditions, it's going to be a special kind of day.
It sure is, Ron. Still 220 in this one, but obviously a lot at stake in the heat with Matty McGillivray and Sammy Pupo coming up next.
It's going to be intense, isn't it? I mean, Matty McGillivray looking to get a spot above the cut line. Owen Wright, I don't know if he'll be able to watch this one unfold, but he'll still have a chance if Matty gets knocked out by Sammy. The guys behind me certainly want Sammy to get that jump into the quarterfinals, so we'll see how it all plays out, but really hoping we see some more regularity in those set waves and get these guys onto some big waves to let go of some of those huge turns.
Thank you, Ronnie. Yeah, very high stakes heat coming up next in the round of 16, and we're down to 1:45 in this one. Griffin Colapinto has his sights set on being a part of the Rip Curl WSL Finals this September. Last year, he got bumped out at the last event in Mexico. That was a bit heartbreaking for Griff to walk away from, but he turned it into a positive so quickly. Then went on to win the US Open, calling that the biggest win of his career. Went on to win his first CT event, and now that he heard once he heard the news that Lowers would be the venue again for the world title showdown, he was like, if I can be there in front of my friends and family on my home break to fight for a world title, he can't think of a better goal in his career at this stage. So all these heats start to count as we get closer to lower trestles. All the focus will be on being in that final five. And he doesn't want to look back on what could have happened in the round of 16 back in the West.
No, absolutely. And it's a funny thing when you're towards the back end of the year and you start thinking about what could have been and what should have been. You know, it just puts more emphasis on being in that moment and taking all those opportunities and really surfing each heat and each wave for what it is, and just simplifying the process as much as possible. And you're right, the shift is now from the cut all the way back up to, okay, who's going to make the top five? And it'll be great to see Griffin make his way up there. And, well, Callum Robson, he's going to be fighting in this next 10 seconds, hopefully finding a wave to keep his hopes alive.
Callum does have priority, needs a 5.7. Is this wave just a little bit too late? There's the horn, and unfortunately for Callum, not coming through in time. And he will surf it all the way through, as he'll be knocked out in the round of 16. A solid victory for Griffin Colapinto, as he is in the quarterfinals to take on John Florence later on today. Coming up next, big heat for Matthew McGillivray. He takes on Sammy Pupo. We'll bring in Shannon Hughes and Rabbit Bartholomew for the call.
West Oz, just lots of countryside, lots of beautiful sights and reef breaks, different waves, just so much to see really, such a variety of different sights and sounds, and it overloads your senses. It's been so good to have a lay day where we can relax and switch off, and we've jumped on a big boat and gone for a bit of an exploration around Rottnest.
We went out on due west charters, picked out some big old greys and they're pretty monstrous. We went fishing, had a little bit of a flick, went swimming at Salmon Bay at Roddy. Today's as epic as it gets.
Probably the part about the west coast that we really like is that the sun sets over the ocean. I really think that's what makes it, because there's so much beauty about being at the beach.
This day's been pretty cool for everyone to get a look at how beautiful this place is, and really cool seeing everybody's faces when they see it for the first time.
It's nice to be able to explore a bit really and do something different.
All implications are now on the line for the cut on the men's side of the draw at this year's Margaret River Pro. Shannon Hughes alongside the 1978 world champion Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. And we know, Bugs, that Matt McGillivray, should he advance through this heat, he makes the midseason cut. If not, it goes to Owen Wright.
Yeah, well, here we had a day of high drama yesterday, and of course it just overlaps today in this one heat. Matty McGillivray surfing for his career. Obviously, Owen Wright yesterday, he was a bit crestfallen and looked forlornly to the rest of the day. But and here's Matty now on his opening wave, Shannon.
All right, getting things started for the South African. Drives into the first turn, links it up nice and smooth into a second. Comes into this frothy inside section and completes it on the inside.
Yeah, so Matty, he sticks that one. And just back to that point yesterday, I want to see why he was a bit crestfallen, not only because he didn't advance through and he wanted to stay alive in the Margaret River Pro, but there was about 9 surfers below him that still had heats to come, and it kind of looked like a bit of a hopeless situation for him. But as the day progressed, the twists and turns of fate kind of started moving his way. But Matty McGillivray with that heroic effort yesterday.
As we take a look again at first of Matt McGillivray.
Yeah, he's up and riding. So this is a 417, his opening ride. So it's just a nice opener, nothing too much, but he stuck that last turn in there, and he kind of had to keep his hopes alive. Of course, Semi Pupo qualified yesterday, so he secured his spot for the rest of the tour. Sammy Pupo is going to join his brother Miguel in G-Land.
So exciting. It's been a really incredible couple of days seeing things unfold, and to know that the two brothers are going to be advancing through for the rest of the season, getting that opportunity to surf G-Land together, and to now push each other to try and make it into that top 5 at the end of the year.
Yeah, well, it's a compressed field, and mathematically everyone's got a shot at it, that's for sure. But you know, Sammy would have slept well last night knowing that day of jangly nerves was out of the way and behind him. But after this heat, the entire cut conversation will be behind us, because we'll know where things stand.
It is wild. We know 21 out of the 22 surfers on the men's side of the draw that will be making the midseason cut with that appearance at G-Land. Matthew McGillivray now with an opportunity to secure himself above the cut line, which really seemed like a shot in the dark, maybe a very hope-filled conversation that he needed to kind of keep a lot of momentum through this event. We really expected that he'd likely need to advance into finals, really the finals round, maybe even the final match, in order to have a shot to qualify. But just as you were saying, Bugs, the way that things unfolded yesterday, seeing Owen Wright out of competition early in the round of 32 and so many other surfers fall through, Matt McGillivray now has this opportunity just in the round of 16, should he make it through, to get that opportunity to secure his career for another year. 23 minutes on the clock. Matt McGillivray with a 4.17 to kick things off. Now sitting with priority is Samuel Pupo. Kaipo, you're out the back with Dometic. How's it feeling today?
It's doing good. You know, one thing I want to comment on is Matty, how he started off that heat. A set came through, caused Sammy to paddle a little bit wide. Matty took that advantage and stayed on the inside of him and got that first wave. And with that, you know, already coming into plan, I think, for McGillivray in that establishing that first wave, getting a score. And what's going to be important today is really that priority rotation. Oftentimes, we only have a one-wave set coming through here. So when you're the man in the box, when you're the surfer with that priority, you really can control your destiny that way. So we'll see how that plays out.
And Kaipo, today a different scenario. You certainly don't need your seasick tablets today out there, and no hasty evacuations required, although we did see a little skitsy one before. But how is it in the water?
It's just beautiful. Like I said, it is absolutely the best day of the waiting period. So perfect to finish off today. The conditions will continue to improve through the day, and the swell, like I said, is kicked off. We got dropping tide. Looks like we got Sammy on the ride right here. Here's going to be his opener, Shannon.
Using priority, Samuel Pupo. Big open face carve for his first maneuver. Linking it together, getting that rail dug in a little deeper on the second, and negotiating a difficult section. Now tags the lip and goes for that critical finish right in front of the rocks. So he's now put the answer back to Matthew McGillivray.
Yeah, and there's Matty.
Matt now up and riding, took a wave on the second of that set. Got a nice bit of rail work done. Really surfing with speed, connecting those maneuvers together with flow as well. He's going to opt for the paddle back out bugs, where Sammy's going for the Red Bull jet ski.
Yeah, we're not sure what Matty got done at the start of that one, but Sammy's wave, when he took off, I went, oh my gosh, here comes one of the best waves of the morning. But it kind of went off the reef a little. It didn't have that really steep pocket on the outside. It wasn't until he got to the inside section that he was able to do much more, you know, clean top to bottom turns, and he finished it well.
We're going to take a look at this one and see what Matt got done on the outside.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of froth on the face, but now he's on the open, clean face. He got some good turns in. This wave's drawing off the reef in a better fashion, I feel, than Sammy's, but he elected not to finish this one up. See this wave of Sammy's, he just sort of moves off the reef a little bit, goes a bit fat there, so he just does that swinging roundhouse cutback. Again, a similar move, a little stronger on that one, and it's only here that it starts to kind of pitch out and get a little steeper. A well-surfed wave.
Well surfed from Pupo. Waiting for scores now to come through for Matt McGillivray, though. Sammy drops in a 4.00, which is less than Matt's opening ride. And scores now to come through for Matthew McGillivray. In that last heat, we watched Griffin Colapinto take out the win for our first heat of the day, down with Laura Enever.
Griff, you were saying a bit of a scrappy heat to start the morning. You obviously came down expecting to be heat 2. Unfortunately, Kolohe had to pull out of heat 1. We're hoping he's feeling better, but yeah, how did you adjust to that?
Yeah, I was kind of worried about that because I saw the text come through about someone had to pull out, and I think what we heard was brother might have gotten food poisoning, so hopefully it's just food poisoning because you can come back from that pretty quick. So send my prayers to brother, and yeah, I just had to get ready for the first heat, and man, it was so much harder than I thought. There was like these crazy ridges coming from south side, and I could barely set a rail out there. It's like the wind was still kind of side offshore, so it was really hard to do my carves, but I think it's going to settle down for my next heat against John, so I'm pretty psyched for that.
Yeah, and amazing. Obviously, it looked so perfect out there, but you know, after that huge swell yesterday, the lineup still, you know, taking a while to work itself out.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's still a lot of leftover wonk out there. Usually typical morning sickness whenever the waves are big. So I think about around 10 o'clock it should start pumping. And you were just saying, I was overhearing you talking about your surfboards and thinking you might either go up or down in your next heat in size? Yeah, I think I'm going to go down an inch just because I just want my board to knife in a bit better, and I think a little bit less rail I could do my carves the way I like to do them. And John's the best guy out here, so I'm going to have to give it all I got. Amazing. We'll let you go get ready and warmed up for your quarterfinal heat with John. Okay, thanks.
Big morning for Griffin Colapinto, knowing that he has to paddle out in his next heat against John Florence, the best probably of all time here at Margaret River.
Yeah, well, I mean, if anyone didn't need a walkthrough, it's John Florence.
Exactly.
But he would have loved to have had a heat with Kolohe out here. And of course, we wish Kolohe all the best. And there's we see Maddie McGillivray.
Driving in for that first turn. Out onto the open face for the second. And now looking to gain some speed and really put it on the line for a powerful finish. Reads the lip line so well. Rides out right in front of Sammy Pupo, who fell on the end section of his wave during that interview.
Yeah, see that exchange there, definitely going to Maddie McGillivray. Plus he's got that 617 for the second ride where they shared. Sammy used his priority, went their first wave, only got a 4. Maddie on the wave behind, even though he didn't finish it, he got a 617. And here's a beautiful wave for Maddie McGillivray.
Great wave selection.
Yeah, he's really on fire today. He's surfing for his career, but he's so cool and under pressure. And these last turns, he's been kind of famous for powering through these last turns. Yesterday, he did the best one of the day, I feel.
It's really that, you know, lack of fear in attacking that end section. So similar to the end sections at Super Tubes at home for him in Jeffreys Bay, ending right on the bricks as well.
Yeah, he's certainly got a love affair going with Margaret River. It's been so good for him. Last year was amazing. It worked in his favour. He got the last spot at the end of the tour, and of course Owen then had to come in, you know, as a wild card.
Scores coming through now for this exchange. Matthew McGillivray dropped in a 6.17 for his previous wave and has bettered it on this one with a 7.00, which now puts a requirement of an 8.5 on for Samuel Pupo as we take another look at that finishing section for McGillivray.
Yeah, this is a very strong performance by Matt McGillivray, surfing seemingly without nerves. Sammy actually looks a little nervy out there today. And now it's a big target, an 8.5.
An 8.5 requirement for Rip Curl team rider Samuel Pupo up against Rip Curl team rider in Matthew McGillivray. And it's crazy that it's coming all down to Rip Curl today to know if another Rip Curl team rider in Owen Wright is going to lock in a spot for G-Land for requalification for the 2023 season. He is down here with the crew to find out his fate, all in the hands of Matthew McGillivray.
Yeah, well, they all surf for the same team. They're all on the Rip Curl team, and they're intertwined. Last year there was an intertwined situation with qualification between Maddie and Owen, and this year here it is. Now it's a really stark line in the sand.
It's so wild how that unfolded last year as well, because Matthew was actually the first surfer just outside of the cut line, and then Owen fell in just behind him, so Matt was one rank above Owen. Then when it came through to the WSL deciding those season wildcards, they decided to go with the veteran in Owen Wright, the surfer who had had, you know, 11 seasons on the championship tour, who had walked away with a bronze medal at the Olympics in Owen Wright last year, to give him that guaranteed spot onto the 2022 championship tour. That then relegated Matthew McGillivray to the injury replacement opportunities, which to his favor, unfortunately, we saw surfers like Carlos Munoz, like Liam O'Brien, like Yago Dora fall out at Pipeline with massive injuries. And that opened up the door for Matthew McGillivray to also get a spot into these first 5 events of the year. And now it is crazy to know, Bugs, that it's coming down to those two surfers where that conversation began at the start of the year with who was going to get those opportunities.
It's a crazy scenario how it works out, and you know, we certainly don't want to, you know, the surfers to get injured, but it does happen. You know, they're taking some, it's high-risk surfing, both aerials, taking on some of the world's most dangerous breaks. It just unfortunately does happen. I guess they'll find themselves in a situation either way here.
So true. Samuel Pupo now chasing an 8.5 to get the lead away from McGillivray. Beautiful carve to start things off. Digs that rail in on the second, now gaining speed. He's got to charge this finishing section. He knows he has to push some progression. Slides that tail out and completes the maneuver on the inside.
Yeah, I feel the 8.5 might have been a bit much to bite off in one chew there. You know, I think he was trying to get himself in the heat. He took off on that wave with 14 minutes to go, so he had plenty of time. And I do feel he succeeded in accomplishing the stage 1 of his comeback in this heat.
Scores to come through now for Samuel Pupo. And I think you're right. It'll be that chip away at the requirement as we take a look at it.
Oh, it's a gorgeous looking wave. We've got this amazing spring morning here. I mean, autumn morning, and offshores, clean as a whistle. And Sammy Pupo, you can see he's lining up here for this finishing turn, slides a tail, and look at this heavy water, all this chop, and you know, there's a boils, and the reef was gurgling under him. We've got that higher tide, Shannon, so that kind of helped him in that situation.
Yeah, it really just filled in the reef on the inside. We're going to see conditions continuing to improve throughout the day with just under 13 minutes on the clock, waiting for scores to come through. For Samuel Pupo, we'll see, is it enough to take the lead away from Matthew McGillivray? Stay tuned to find out. Miguel Pupo coming up in the next heat against the 2019 world champion Italo Ferreira. Both surfers have already made that midseason cut. They already have those dreams alive for G-Land. And now it's going to be a battle of the goofy-footed Brazilians to see who will be advancing into the quarterfinals.
Well, Miguel seems to have taken a lot of inspiration from his brother here, because they have progressed through the tournament together, one after the other. And of course, he's up against his compatriot, world champion Italo Ferreira. That will be an incredible match.
It's going to be a very exciting one to watch. And I remember being at Haleiwa for the last Challenger Series event in 2021 when Samuel Pupo had that opportunity to jump onto the championship tour with his brother Miguel. And it was a very much a nail-biting situation for the parents, for Wagner, for Jean, to be watching in as their sons had these opportunities to get that qualification. They could hardly watch the heats unfolding at Haleiwa. And now I have a strong feeling that it's the same story for the McGillivrays. Back home in Jeffreys Bay, it is nearly 2 a.m. There is no doubt that Dawn and Kathy, Jono, David, and Kirsty McGillivray, the entire family, is tuning in right now in the middle of the night to see the fate of Matthew McGillivray unfolded and what the rest of his year will be looking like.
And I'm sure there's a lot of South Africans tuning into this. This is a big one, high stakes. I'm sure world champion legend Sean Thompson in California will be tuning in as well. He's been watching the progress of this young man throughout his career, and wow, this is an amazing opportunity.
So incredible to see Matthew with this shot. He came into Margaret River after Bells, ranked number 32 on the standings, with so far to climb to have that shot to get into the top 22. And now to see that he's kept it together. Both of these surfers ended up in the elimination round after the opening round losses. It was Sammy's first time in the elimination round this year in his rookie year on tour, which was just impressive alone to know that he'd avoided the elimination round in the first 4 events of the year. For Matthew, it was then, is he going to be able to advance through, to know that should he keep himself in the mix, he's going to have this opportunity to stay on tour. He made it through, both surfers advancing through that elimination round. Matthew then took down Kanoa Igarashi in the round of 32 yesterday, which was the same matchup that he'd had against him in 2021, where Matt took out Kanoa Matt then went on to the semifinals. He lost out to eventual winner in Felipe Toledo. So we knew that there was this opportunity for him to find that rhythm out here at a wave that he has just found so much love for in his 2 years on the championship tour. And now Matthew with a great open face carve. Links it up for a second. Great engagement of the rail. Now goes vertical on that finishing maneuver. Nice and critical, throws a lot of spray off the tail. And he's going to get back to that jet ski as soon as he can and try to put even more pressure onto Samuel Pupo.
Yeah, well, things really tightened up in this heat. Sammy Pupo with that 6:07, he dropped that required scoring rate from an 8.5 to a 7.1. That was a great response by Matty McGillivray. It's a good-looking wave, Shannon, and he comes out the top of that wave. Just really beautiful carving turn to start proceedings. Again, a similar turn, and he's setting up. This has been a signature move for him, this finishing blasted out of the lip at Margaret River.
And your thoughts in comparison to those other two big scores he's got so far?
Well, I think the finish is a bit stronger. It's quite a bit stronger. I mean, it's just such a technically perfect move. He just gets air under his board. Massive rooster tail coming off the top of the wave there, blows the back off the thing completely. It was beautiful.
Scores to come through now for last of red. Black, Sammy chasing currently a 7.10 as he dropped in a 6.07 for his last wave. And on the ride back out on the Red Bull jet ski, down to 6 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. And this is the very first head-to-head matchup for these two competitors on the championship tour. Of course, this is their first year on the CT together, as it's Sammy's rookie year and Matt's second year on tour. But they have had a matchup on that qualifying series level, where we saw Sammy get the better of Matt back at the 2019 Billabong Pro at Irasira, a big QS 10,000 event. Sammy took the win over Matt in the quarterfinals. Interestingly enough, where Sammy took the win at that event, which was the best of his career so far, he didn't qualify for the championship tour that year in 2019. It took him until 2021. Matthew McGillivray, however, went on to find that qualification out of the 2019 QS season and find himself with that spot on tour last year. And Matthew McGillivray has just increased his result with a 7.5 on the scoreboard now, sending Samuel Pupo with a requirement of an 8.43.
Yeah, so it's basically back to an 8.5 needed for Sammy Pupo. So Matty McGillivray, he righted the ship and got himself a bit of daylight between him and his opponent.
Taking a look at the Harvey Norman recap, Matthew McGillivray off to a strong start.
Yeah, it's a very strong start. This is his 7-point ride, and Matty just looks to be in fine fettle out here. He's loose, he's powerful, his timing's awesome today, as it was yesterday. Conditions have eased down a bit, and here's that 6:07 for Sammy Pupo. This is his strongest ride so far. You can see also Sammy making sure he nails the finish here and sticks it. Great sliding tail, a bit of water and gurgly movement underneath a foot. And this is the 7.5 for Matty McGillivray. His wave choice has been impeccable.
Oh, it's been so impressive to watch him build on that score line. He kicked off with a 4.17, built to a 6.17, then from there built to a 7, and then a 7.5. Under priority, Matthew McGillivray just gets a quick kick in and out. Now Sam sitting out the back with 4 minutes on the clock, chasing an 8.43. And yesterday was an emotional day for Samuel Pupo, because while he guaranteed the opportunity to make that midseason cut, he got himself across the line officially. His good friend, his sparring partner this year in Joao Chianca, lost out, and he lost that opportunity. It took Sam a while to regain composure in hearing that news that Joao wouldn't be joining him past the midseason cut.
Yeah, they really stick together. I mean, that's an amazing thing, the support mechanism in the Brazilian team. And his support mechanism now for Owen, I guess it's a tough situation for him right now, because Sammy Pupo, basically with 3 minutes 20 seconds, he's going to have to get that 8.43. He needs an 8.5 in one shot.
He really has a huge requirement ahead of him to help Owen Wright. And man, there's just been so much going on this week, Bugs. It's been an unbelievable week of professional surfing, sort of unprecedented, nothing like we've ever seen before with the introduction of the mid-season cut, and with so much on the line for those surfers either solidifying themselves for another year on the championship tour, or those that will be relegated to the Challenger Series kicking off at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro this weekend.
Yeah, well, I mean, thank goodness they've got somewhere to go. I mean, the cut is, you know, sure, you know, we saw yesterday, it was a brutal day of sport, but they've got somewhere to go. That Challenger Series, Snapper's looking unbelievable, the forecast. It's a place they all love to go, and it brings out the best in everyone surfing. So it's a great start to the Challenger Series.
Yeah, that Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, I mean, the forecast is looking unbelievable. There's been some great footage already of the likes of Betty Lou Kerr Johnson, some of the women that have already headed there early to get a few laps around one of the best points in the world. And it's going to be an exciting event to be kicking off. As we come down to the final minute, the final 2 minutes, sorry, we'll see, will there be another opportunity? Now, if anyone can get the score, it's going to be Sammy Pupo looking for that excellent ride. Kaipo Guerrero, you're out the back with Dometic, and there is a lot of pressure in these final couple minutes.
Oh, you can feel the pressure. I can see really the kind of nervousness right now from Samuel Pupo paddling around, trying to stay calm, but I can see in his body language right now, he's trying to shift back and forth. He knows he needs to go, and here he goes.
And he's having a look at an opportunity, chasing an 8.43, drives into a great-looking opening turn, goes into the air, and falls out the back. He knew he needed to push the progression. Owen was so hopeful in that moment, Bugs.
Wow, well, you know what, I could sense he was going to have to do something special, because I mean, we haven't seen an 8.5, and you know, the wind was the offshore, the brisk offshore is a huge factor in that. He absolutely went for it. That was a courageous move. It was an all or nothing, and he came unstuck, but bravo.
We'll take another look at it here. Sets himself up with that turn.
Yeah, he comes fairly close to making this. He lands in the lip, but just on the tail pad, he just needed another bit of rotation to bring him down the face.
Owen there with Kingy and the Seagulls in the background. And wow, down to 30 seconds on the clock, all sitting in the favor of Matthew McGillivray out the back with priority. As the final wave rolls through the lineup, Matthew's going to have to take this one to keep Sammy off of it with 10 seconds on the clock now. Digs that rail on the first turn, links it together, and now gains some speed as he comes through for that signature finish, throws it into the air. He's gonna ride out of it, and to just solidify why he deserves a place at G-Land, why he deserves the opportunity to compete again at home in Jeffreys Bay later in the season. And an insane finish for the 25-year-old out of South Africa, coming from number 32 on the rankings at the start of the Margaret River Pro, to now locking himself a spot into G-Land and requalification for the 2023 season.
And the love affair with Margaret River endures. He has prevailed under unbelievable circumstance.
And it's official. These 22 men have made the mid-season cut. Matthew McGillivray securing the final spot into G-Land with the chance to compete for the WSL Final 5 and to gain qualification for the start of the 2023 Championship Tour. It is going to be a very exciting back half of the season. Looking at names, so many good names making the cut. Italo Ferreira, Miguel, Pupo paddling out next. Matthew McGillivray securing himself a spot into G-Land. Stay tuned for more action right after this.
We're here in Jewel Cave in West Australia.
It's crazy how Mother Nature just creates these incredible sculptures.
We are here at the Voyager. It's beautiful. It's very chateau-esque. It lives up to what it's known for.
It's been really incredible to go backstage at the Lewin Vineyard. We actually were able to look at the fermentation process.
Basically, a very rare treat being taken behind the scenes. It's awesome.
Matthew McGillivray, he'll be paddling out at G-Land, looking to chase down some of those heavy barrels in the type of waves that he just absolutely loves. It's actually just such an exciting thing to think of him getting that opportunity to head to the tour that he thought he had qualified for back in 2019. I mean, last year's tour in 2021 was so exciting that it happened, but it was very different than what Matthew would have been expecting to surf in. And now he gets that opportunity to compete on the Dream Tour.
Yeah, a full tour year set for Matty McGillivray.
Italo Ferreira up against Miguel Pupo, and Italo straight into the lip for that opening maneuver. Comes in with a heavy section, and there's no way he's appearing out of that whitewater.
Yeah, it looks like Italo's in a very aggressive mood today. It looks like Italo's going to go full throttle, and well, just, you know, congratulations to Matty McGillivray. That's an awesome. Commiserations to the 12 men who, professional surfers who, you know, didn't make the cut. But, you know, all the best. Roll up your sleeves, hit that Challenger Series, and, you know, I know we'll see you all again in the future.
Yeah, we certainly will, and great to know that they have that opportunity to head to Snapper and to try and book themselves a spot onto the 2023 Championship Tour, as we see an amazing looking set rolling through. Now, Italo opened up with a 3.67 for the outside turn, fell on the inside section. And we'll take a look at it here.
Yeah, it looks like he's just got the turbo boosters on today, Shannon. Italo is charging. He's going to go for it today. Can you just see the mood he's in? Wow, that's just go for it surfing. Obviously, all or nothing. If he'd made that, he seriously would have got like an 8.
Italo Ferreira against Miguel Pupo. Both of them with so many years on the championship tour. Italo with the better results to his name in those years, walking away in 2019 as the world champion, and then with the Olympic gold medal. Now we're getting to see the South African Matthew McGillivray with the crew.
Clutch stop, bro.
Oh, I'm so proud of you.
Yes, cowboy. Told you, mate. Just need a bit of oxygen.
So great to see his crew, Bottle, Morgan Siblick, Caltex, Callum Robson there. Just feeling so proud to see Matt. All the hard work that he's put in over the years paying off, making it past that mid-season cut.
Yeah, that was an amazing scene. First of all, you know, he got the embrace of Callum Robson, who's looking seriously at Rookie of the Year honours in this year, and then he moves up. There's Bottle, his longtime coach, the burly boy, and then there's Morgan Siblick behind him, and of course they've been sparring partners, and Morgan having that amazing year last year, and of course Morgan now having to do the tough yards.
Miguel Pupo driving off that backhand attack straight up into the lip. Out onto the open face as that wave goes a bit soft. He's now going to patiently wait for it to stand up again on the inside, and it just doesn't link up the way you would have been hoping for.
You can just tell by the loosely swinging arms that he wasn't happy with that ride, and Miggy, he's going to paddle back out. So, you know, no advantage to either surfer at this point.
And you can really see in those first two waves, although they're not going to amount to great scores, the difference in the styles, the approaches of these two goofy-footed Brazilians. Miguel being smooth and stylish as we take a look at that opening top to bottom turn combination.
Yeah, Miguel's got one of the silky smooth style, lovely surfing, and I really think he has lifted his game a lot. He's got a lot more dynamic in his vertical attack. I think this time round, as he's qualified, I saw him in an event at Sakurima, where I said, wow, here he comes, Miguel Pupo with the turbocharger on. And that is a great opening slashing move there, but not to be. And a small to medium wave, a sort of medium wave for Italo. It seems like he's in this mood where he's just going to surf. Yeah.
And the opposite in style, it's that aggression, that attack mentality from Ferreira that comes through with those backhand whips. And now scores to come through in the exchange between Italo and Miguel. Italo opened up with that 3.67 straight into the Red Bull jet ski to get the ride back out as we take another look at this.
Yeah, it's a medium-sized wave, and he looks like he's going to get busy in this heat, and he sets it up here. This is pure Italo Ferreira at his best. And, you know, I feel at this tournament so far, he's been reserved. We haven't seen him unleash. And I think today he's in a mood.
22 minutes on the clock, out the back with Dometic. Kaipo, what are your thoughts on the differing approaches of these two surfers from the lineup?
Well, both goofy foots, right? But then definitely a difference in the arc or the radius of their turns. Miguel Pupo being smooth draws a longer radius turn off the bottom, and even off the top, a longer radius carve. Italo Ferreira, a little bit more abrupt, more acute angles to his turns. So it really is a different contrast between the two goofy foots. And I mean, both are really pleasing. Both are high performance, but certainly a different type of surfing.
Has Italo got the X factor over Miguel Pupo?
Is the potential for explosiveness, the potential for innovation, the potential for doing stuff that we've never seen before. So with that, I think that's the joker card that Italo Ferreira holds in his hand in this heat.
Yeah, I love that insight, Bugs, just knowing that Italo really could pull anything out at any moment, that expressive side of things that he brings to the table. But then that silky, powerful attack from Miguel Pupo goes heavy into the lip for that first turn. Now linking it up through this inside section. Again, this wave is tapering off without anything really that critical for him. Really soupy through the inside. He's doing well to keep that speed and flow, that rail-to-rail surfing. That opening turn was insane.
Well, it's a contrast. I mean, we saw Italo, it was his last turn. This time, Miggy just opens up with an unbelievable vertical attack on that lip. The wave didn't impede it out. He had to kind of do a bit of a grovelly finish, but all the points were in that first move on the open face, on the takeoff point. So it'll be very interesting how they reward this, but this first turn here is just mighty. And from that angle, we see he gets pitched with the lip completely and just handles it so well. And then the wave really tapers off very quickly, Shannon.
Yeah, it just tapers off so much. It's crazy looking at that, though, knowing that he really did get pitched out with the lip. And then being a goofy footer, he's blind going through that into that second section. Really can't even kind of get that angle to see what's coming next as we take a look at just how heavy this drop was.
Yeah, it's such a well-timed maneuver, and he just comes over with the lip and just ahead of it, fortunately. So everything about this technically was perfect. The landing, though, he landed with such balance. He went straight seamlessly back onto that inside edge and was ready to take on the rest of that wave. It just didn't offer much, but we're going to have incredibly close scores here. So there's a 5-4-3 for Miguel, a 5-3-3 for Italo. These guys are locked in battle, basically on one great move per wave.
Oh, that is crazy. It is so tight between the two at the moment, with those average 3-point rides sitting as their backup scores. Going to be so curious to see who's able to find the wave that really allows that opening critical maneuver as well as that finishing critical maneuver to get them out of that 5-point range, to put the other surfer into a difficult situation.
No, absolutely, you're right there, because if they can get a wave where they get multiple maneuvers, they're both in just scintillating form. And here we see Italo.
Italo, power attack. In that first snap, goes in for the second, whips it around so quickly. Lining it together for the power, connects 4 turns. He's feeling it with the claim on the inside. and that was aggressive surfing.
I feel that was a compressed, brilliant ride. He really hit all the points on that one. He connected it with power. He's you know, it was radical. Everything about it was just superb. I love it. He goes straight into a deep bottom turn and out of the lip. Signature moves, massive versatile flying. He sets it up here. This last turn, amazing how he just beats the convergence. And he's happy with that one. He knows he's got a very good score coming his way.
I really feel like this is the Italo that we've been waiting for the entire year. 2022, he's had some good results. He had a semi-final finish in Portugal, a quarterfinal finish at Bells, but early losses in Hawaii, which is uncharacteristic of Italo.
Yeah, and as I said, I felt even in this tournament, he's been reserved. I haven't been able to work it out. Today, he's come down in an aggressive mood. He's in attack mode. This is the world champion.
It's that Bravo written on the bottom of his surfboard where he's really feeling he needs to bring it all today to make it into the quarterfinals yet again here at Margaret River. Results that he's found so easily in the past. Miguel Pupo has been caught on the inside of that set. That was a large wave that rolled through. As we wait for scores still to drop through for Italo Ferreira, Miguel looking like he's now able to catch his breath, find himself back at the top of the lineup. And Italo has dropped through. A couple of judges going excellent, the majority not into that excellent range. It averages out at a 7.5 and now puts a 7.41 requirement for Miggy.
Yeah, well, they've been going blow for blow so far. We'll see how Miggy responds to that, but that's a 7.5 in the ledger for the Brazilian world champion.
And it came down to that quality of wave. It really just offered him up multiple sections to be able to hit.
It had a lot of pocket. There was a lot of steepness. He absolutely loved it. It wasn't one of the bigger waves, but it hit the reef absolutely perfectly. And he surfed it just like the Italo that we know and love. He's just incredible.
Now with priority, Miguel Pupo is out the back. 16 minutes on the clock. And we've just seen Matthew McGillivray lock himself a spot at G-Land.
Maddie, wow. Coming into this event, you knew you came in 32nd on the rankings. You knew you needed a big result, almost thinking you had to win it at the start of the event. But as it turns out, a quarterfinal finish, you had to have won that heat. How are you feeling? You've done it.
I'm so elated right now. I'm so happy. There was like a lot of stress coming into this event. This year with the events, I thought I was going to like have a better start to this year, and I really put my head down and worked hard, and I was struggling to get results. And then like even Bells Beach was a shocker for me, and then coming here I was just trying to change what I was thinking about and like take my mind off the results and just focus on the process. And yeah, everything came together, and yeah, I can't believe that I've made the second half of the year and I'm going to J-Bay.
Absolutely amazing. Yeah, looking at the second half of the year, what are you so excited about other than, yeah, obviously J-Bay, yeah?
Yeah, J-Bay, I'm coming home, can't wait. But otherwise, G-Land's going to be incredible, Chopes is going to be incredible. There's also El Salvador's a right-hand point break. There's just such good quality waves, so yeah, it's a dream come true, absolutely.
And coming into this morning, you obviously just said before you just wanted to focus on the things that you could control. So how did you do that in the heat, obviously going for some of those smaller sets you were saying?
Yeah, Botsy and I were down here in the dark this morning trying to analyze the sets to see if the sets were better or if the medium ones were better, and we kind of just got the game plan that like the sets are hard to get scores on, so I was just looking for like a clean face really, and I knew I had to do it like at least one big turn on the wave to like get a score going. I was just trying to focus on what I could do. I'd like trying to do what I could do to the best of my ability, and like only focus on what I could control, and like whatever happened with the outcome would happen. And yeah, I'm just so happy to be standing here.
Well, you're into the quarterfinals, Maddie. We'll let you rest up, but anyone you want to thank or say hi to at home?
Just say hi to my parents and my brothers and sister if they're watching. I know it's midnight or it's early in the morning. Anybody back at home watching, thanks for tuning in and thanks for the support.
Amazing, absolutely incredible. I'm sure they're awake. See you in the quarters, Maddie.
Thanks, guys.
No doubt the McGillivray family was up watching that. A lot of excitement, 2:30 a.m. to be cheering on Matty into the quarterfinals here. Another finals day berth for Matt. His result here, the semifinals. in his rookie season was just exceptional, and now he's done it again, booking himself into those final rounds. And we just saw a great exchange go down with Italo Ferreira. He dropped through an 8.33 into the excellent range here, Bugs.
Oh, this wave is unbelievable. He just serves it so well. It's not even a big wave. It's like, as Maddie said, it's a medium wave that's hitting it properly. The bigger ones are sometimes hard to manhandle, but he is on fire. This is such a good ride. And Italo is hitting his straps. His timing is just superb today. And there's massive turns. One after the other. Is in such good rhythm with the wave. Just 3 big turns, but they accrued him an 8.33. Now he has his opponent in the combo situation. That's a comfort zone for Italo.
That is absolutely the comfort zone for Italo now, with a 15.83 heat total. Miguel Pupo will be requiring 2 fresh scores on the board to have an opportunity to get into the quarterfinals. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break, and we'll be back with more. 12 minutes on the clock.
The WSL is working with Nature Conservation, Margaret River region, to heal this beautiful dune landscape.
We Are One Ocean is an initiative led by the WSL to inspire our global surf community to protect and conserve our one ocean.
It's so cool to see, the younger generation just already taking part in initiatives like this. That's just key to a beautiful future and a sustainable coastline.
Help us preserve the future of our sport. To learn more, go to weareoneocean.org.
Minutes, 30 seconds on the clock to determine if Italo Ferreira will book himself into another quarterfinal placement here at the Margaret River Pro. He's made it into at least the quarterfinals 3 times in the past. Hasn't made it past the quarterfinals in his last 2 appearances here in 2019 and 2021. Had a semifinal appearance back in 2016, where he went down to Sebastian Zietz in that semifinal. And now 10 minutes on the clock to see if Miguel Pupo, currently having the best year of his life on the championship tour. So much hard work, dedication that has gone through multiple seasons. 8 CT seasons Miguel has surfed, and he's now finding himself in the best position that he has ever been in heading into the back half of the year. With a late takeoff from Italo, driving back into the pocket, now setting himself up on a difficult looking section, and he'll kick out before that finish. Miguel now out the back with priority.
Yeah, it's like Italo's just decided he's nearly like he's trying to rattle the cage of his opponent. Miguel, yeah, you're right. Miguel's doing the best surfing of his career. There's no doubt about it. He's in such great form, but he's up against it here against a world champion surfer who is putting in an amazing performance that he's renowned for. Just getting back to Maddie McGillivray, Shannon. I mean, South Africa is just, it's a wave-rich coastline, you know well. I mean, there's incredible quality over there. And there are so many unbelievably good surfers that, we'll never hear about, really. They're stay-home surfers, but Maddie will represent them. But, it's such a point that he made out. We've been talking about everyone making it to G-Land. For him, it's J-Bay. For him, it's surfing at home. And it was a really stark contrast because he was either going to be surfing Toledo or J-Bay. And now he can surf both.
And they are just such wildly different waves. I called Jeffreys Bay home for 7 years, and it's been a few years since I've been back, and I just love the fact that that's where Matt wants that opportunity to compete at literally the best waves on the planet in J-Bay. And it'd be so exciting to see him lock in an opportunity again to compete at home. But I love his nod to El Salvador as well, being a great right-hand point that'll be introduced new to the championship tour. He's got a few waves that will really work to his favor. As we see Italo with the airdrop off the lip for the first section, up into a tight section on the second, and get stuck on the rail for the third. You can really sense the energy in him right now.
Yeah, the energy is just flowing out of his body. I mean, he's not sitting around. He's not playing the priority games. He's not waiting for Miguel to utilise priority and then sit out there and play that game. He's just surfing.
So much tenacity coming through in Ferreira at the moment. Miguel now with a heavy situation to dig himself out of. And surprisingly enough, in the years that these two have spent on the championship tour, 6 seasons overall, they've only had 3 head-to-head matchups on the CT. A couple of those happening this year. As we take a look at the Harvey Norman recap, with Miguel Pupo getting off to an early start, but struggling to dig himself more than a 5-point ride.
Well, he looks to be in good form, but that's the only shot he's made so far.
Italo Ferreira then building back, finding himself a 7.5.
Yeah, this was just a great foundation wave. He started out with a 5.33 and then he got this 7.5. That put him in a completely different realm.
Continued to increase that score line by then getting himself another excellent wave here at the Margaret River Pro in as an 8.33.
Yeah, this is just pure performance. High performance surfing at high speed and not a foot wrong. He's in great form today, a golden patch.
So fast, that 8.33, the speed that he hit that ending section with was unbelievable. Now 6 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock. Felipe Toledo skipping his way down the staircase, still wearing that yellow jersey.
Well, you know, defending champion. He's just won the Rip Curl Pro at Bells. I mean, he's got every reason to be skipping.
He'll be heading out against Nat Young. Nat, though, put on the performance of a lifetime yesterday.
Nat was the best backside performance yesterday. It was incredible what he did out there.
A very exciting heat to stay tuned for with two in-form surfers.
Yeah, and that at one point it had the highest scoring combined total of the heat of the day yesterday. It was an amazing performance. And then Ethan Ewing went out and got 2 9s. But Nat's performance, you know, I tell you what, Felipe knows he's got a big heat on his head because Nat is in incredible form.
It's going to be a very exciting one to stay tuned for. Down to 5 minutes on the clock now. And it's seeming like it's really sitting in the favor of Italo Ferreira, that aggressive mentality, finding that speed, power, and flow on smaller sized waves, as Matt had pointed out, really finding those waves with those good sections, with the scoring potential. Italo will fall out in the back of that one, as that wave just lacked that opportunity within it. And Miguel now with priority once again. He's been dropping in some big scores throughout competition this year. It's been so exciting to really see him get this breakaway opportunity now to be booking himself a spot into G-Land with his little brother, Sammy Pupo. And such a great storyline unfolding for those two as siblings competing in heats against each other and supporting each other. It's been an interesting one too for that Brazilian contingency to watch it unfolding. Miguel traveling with his brother Sammy, with David Silva, Joao Chianca, Felipe Toledo, as we see him snap on his backhand. Now smoothly draws off the line, but knows that wave's not going to offer much for him. So he's been in that tight pack, 4 or 5 of them traveling together, where Italo Ferreira has been removed from that. He's been traveling with his coach, his manager Marcos, and it's really been that dynamic that's been behind Italo Ferreira.
Italo runs his own race. He's quite aloof, really. He hasn't really been part of that Brazilian storm as far as you see on the landing there. They're all together. Italo just has his own space and does his own thing. And you know, he certainly got himself in the right frame today. And Miguel, his challenge has kind of fizzled.
He just hasn't been able to find that momentum here that we saw through his round of 32 heat yesterday, where he just came out swinging. He found himself in rhythm with the ocean, with the right waves on offer, and really just seemed so well connected to his equipment. Now, in their previous matchup before this season, 2 out of their 3 matchups coming up this year. The previous matchup before that was out here at Main Break back in 2018 in about 6-foot conditions, and we saw Italo take the lead away. Kaipo, you are out in the lineup. Talk to me about Miguel's rhythm.
I'm camping way out the back over here with Dometic, and it's just unfortunate for Miguel Pupo. He's just been out of rhythm. He's got caught inside a few times, and then even the wave selection. And even right now, you just see him, he paddled for that wave, unsure of whether to go or not. So a lot of, you know, the ocean is about rhythm, right? And we see it so many times in heats where the rhythm really dictates who's going to come out of that heat. The guy who's in sync with the ocean, in sync with the sets, in sync with the priority rotation, those are usually the winners.
Thanks so much, Kaipo. That's such a truthful statement there, Bugs, just having to be really in sync, and you can see that working to Italo's advantage now.
Italo, that's the word. He's in rhythm with not only the ocean, he's in rhythm, the biorhythms within himself. And now he's actually talking.
He's finally feeling loosened up. I mean, we've seen a lot of tension from Italo this season. We saw a fiery loss there at Bells after an earlier loss than he would have been expecting. And now to really just see him kind of finding some momentum and having a chat with a surfer that they would have grown up sparring against each other as kids in Brazil and now on the championship tour as well.
Yeah, well, you know, Miguel, he knows he would have conceded to the point where this one's got a weigh on him, and Italo has nailed it, and they're good friends.
And they'll have many more heats against each other, I'm sure, this year, as they are 2 of the top 22 advancing past that mid-season cut. Down to 60 seconds on the clock, and at this stage, I'm just hopeful that Miguel gets an opportunity to just surf a good wave.
But will there be charity shown?
No, none whatsoever from the feistiest in Ferreira. Big carve, throws in that stall, and he's going to look for something fun to finish off with. Powerful attack. He's feeling so in sync, so at rhythm with his equipment and the ocean. He was just unbeatable paddling out this morning at Margaret River.
Yeah, well, he's caught up with his buddy out the back, and then he got a finishing wave and left him stranded out there.
Left Miguel just hoping for just something to surf on his way in. Down to 20 seconds on the clock. And the ocean has gone quiet for the older of the Pupo brothers, both bowing out in the round of 16. At least they can console each other with that.
Yeah, and it's just how competitive surfing is. I mean, you know, they were having a nice loose chat out there, but there was no charity shown. I mean, it's just back into battle mode.
And now look at this set. He's going to have an opportunity just to catch something after the buzzer. And a well-surfed match between Italo and Miguel. We'll see more of that in the future. Italo into the quarterfinals once again. Felipe Toledo, the yellow jersey, paddling out against Nat Young, the in-form surfer of competition. Stay tuned right after this.
Heat 5 is underway. Toledo from Brazil now leading the yellow rainbow. The leader here in this case to me. Also in England. Let's go.
The Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Tourism WA, major presenting partner of the Margaret River Pro. By Shire of Augusta, Margaret River, strategic partner of the Margaret River Pro. By Rusty, official merchandise partner of the World Surf League Australia. And by Harvey Norman, official lifestyle destination of the World Surf League Australia.
Margaret River delivering once again here on finals day. Beautiful conditions, big matchups, and Heat 5 hitting the lineup now. A round of 16 underway, on the lookout for quarterfinalists in that bottom half of the draw. The current world #1, Felipe Toledo, looking very sharp on his run through this Australian league so far, but he'll need to fire up against Nat Young, who dropped some of the biggest numbers here yesterday. Ronnie Blakey joined by Rich Lovett. And Rick, this is going to be a lot of fun to see what unfolds here, because Italo kind of set the pace for the day in that last heat.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you mentioned, well, Philippe's coming in with all the momentum, the win at Bells. He's got the yellow jersey. He's been on fire, so he's really hitting some career-best form. But this was actually the heat I picked as one of the standouts of the round, just because of Nat Young's performance yesterday. Just some of the best backhand surfing we've seen here at Margaret River. And he's going to have to bring it if he wants to overcome Felipe Toledo.
I guess based on the performances yesterday, Nat's carrying a bit more form than Felipe showed yesterday, but we've also had a drop in the conditions. That'll free Felipe up to bring some of that just kinetic pace to this lineup. And here he goes now. First ride of heat number 5, the round of 16. Sees Toledo hammering down the line. First section isn't wasted. Nice turn there. And now improves, I think, the move choice there. Ditching the fins for a moment. And now rolling through to the inside. Tricky end section. But Felipe just ollies over the step. Maintains that control. And it'll be a positive start for him. But it was a good recovery. That first turn looks like he wanted to set the rail a little deeper, but made up for it with move number 2.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a great way to start. So Felipe just letting his intentions be known here. And I really did like that opening carve. It was a 2-stage carve, and Felipe starting to really own that type of a maneuver. It looks like could be going for a board change here, perhaps a little crease in the board. These boards are just, they're built so light, just a 4-ounce glass job, top and bottom, maybe a little tail patch. And we see the replay. Felipe streaking down the line here to get to this first turn, and then gets onto the rail. Does a little shimmy in between. See that little second movement there? Accentuates the back half, and then the second turn, very critical. Up high, gets the fin release. And then a nice carve to finish off. A little hop over the little step there. My pick, Ronnie, is that the board maybe have a little hairline crease, but see this here? Brings the arm down and then puts on a little second movement into that carve. And then just gets right into the deep bottom turn, up into the lip, actually releasing right off the top there. And that is some of the most progressive surfing we've seen today. And Felipe just, well, he's gone to a new gear in this heat compared to yesterday. And right here, you can see, bang, you can actually, in the slow-mo, you can see the flex of the board there. And I'm guessing there's a little hairline fracture, just maybe up from the fins. That's typically where it happens.
Yeah, it's a big equipment change up, though, too, for the competitors, isn't it? I think there was probably a decision to be made this morning. There is still some size out there when those bigger sets roll through. And maybe, just maybe, he wants to get on something a little shorter to find a bit more freedom out there, but certainly found some release in that second move, and the score's looking positive for him. He's going to go excellent on his first ride, 8-point ride for Toledo. And, you know, you can always sort of gauge where Felipe's at just based on what kind of energy he's carrying through that opening ride. Yesterday didn't have that fervour that we've seen from him in the past, but today bringing plenty of gusto to his opening ride here. And Nat Young's going to be up against it, it looks like, from the opening stages here. But Nat will be well and truly in the battle here. Sure, we'll dive into some deep stats between these two in the not-too-distant future, and you'll see that just why Nat Young's going to be feeling confident going into this exchange.
Yeah, he's super strong, and you can see just sitting right on top of the boil, the takeoff zone at main break here. But Felipe just having another look at the board, just checking it out. quite common to get a little crease. When you think of, well, it's right in between the stance. That's the leverage point between the board.
Here's something remarkable to take from yesterday's event, even though there was a lot of broken hearts. There wasn't any broken boards through that whole day of competition. A couple of dings here and there and a bit of damage, but no one snapped the board out here yesterday, remarkably.
No, Kelly just had a little issue with his leash string coming undone, and that was about the severity of the carnage. But very, well, I think a lot of our surfers were trying their hardest to stay out of harm's way, but there was just some big lumps of water. So surprising we didn't see more damage.
There was no avoiding it.
No.
Main break was just a horror show on that end section yesterday. Got time here. And waiting on Nat Young to post his first big number. Had a throwaway score, but still maintains priority out the back as Felipe's team gets that board ready. The Brazilian crew out in force this morning to cheer on Samuel Pupo, Miguel Pupo. They were unsuccessful in getting through that round of 16 on the top side of the draw. Italo, though, he fired up in a big way. 15.83 heat score total. And here on the bottom half of the draw, Felipe starting strong.
Felipe would have felt the board go. 2 under his feet. These guys are so tuned. As he hopped down that little step, he just would have felt the board just giving just slightly under his feet. That's why he went and checked it.
21.5 minutes to go. He'll make that board change after his next ride. Right now, let's hear from Italo. What a great performance this morning.
Italo, highest heat total of the morning so far. It must have felt good to get moving out there. You were saying it's a bit slow, but you managed to find some really good waves, and you're looking super relaxed and like you're enjoying your time here in Margaret River.
Yeah, it's pretty fun out there. It's a lot of waves, and I'm super excited to still like catch good ones, and yeah, it's getting better, and yeah, I'm excited for that.
And waking up this morning, you thought maybe it could have been at the box. Were you more excited to go either way?
I don't know. Doesn't matter, you know. Just surf, catch a wave, and get the best 2 waves off the heat, and yeah, and put a job done, you know. Yeah.
And like I was saying, like you look like you're having an awesome time traveling with your gang. Obviously, Judson making the cut last night, so you guys playing pool and just having a really good time here.
Yeah, I'm so happy about Jetty, you know, and he a blessed guy, you know, and I'm loving him, and we are together on this trip, and I help him a lot, and he helped me too, and we are kind of team, you know, and yeah, we have like good energy on the house, you know, and it has been fun.
Amazing. We'll keep the good energy rolling. You're into the quarterfinals, and we'll let you go rest up, and yeah, we'll chill out, and we'll see you in the quarters. Too much energy.
Italo doesn't chill out, Laura. We know that. Nat Young, he won't be chilling out on this wave because Felipe dropped an 8 to kick things off, and the Californian has been surfing incredibly well. Big section here, absolutely times it to perfection.
Sick.
And lays down a fantastic reply to the opener from Toledo, expecting a big score for that. Judges have been loving those big individual turns on the end section, but he did have the combination of nice moves on the outside as well. It's been a fantastic return to the CT for Nat Young, 30 years of age. Missing there on the qualifying series for a few years, but that was a huge statement, that final turn.
Oh, what a counter punch from Nat Young. Let's check it out. So the backhand approach, nice and composed off the bottom here. Opening slice, but then Ron, this second turn, now he starts to gear up. A deeper turn, and then that final maneuver, just so critical, up and over the lip. We've seen so many surfers just coming undone at this point, and Nat Young on his backhand just picks his point almost vertical, and then he sort of glides along the lip and down. All the weight on the back foot there, re-engaging the fins. Spectacular finish to that ride.
Well, that's the kind of surfing that saw Nat Young get himself into the finals of Championship Tour events. That backhand is so lethal when it's on, when the confidence is soaring. And that was, you know, just delivered beautifully to the end section. A section that can be so unpredictable and hard to read. Nat places that turn just right in the most critical part of the wave, finds that release. He's got that punch to release that not a lot of people possess on the backhand.
I'll tell you why. He's on his backhand, he surfs a little bit more over his front foot and allows him to get that release out of the tail, as opposed to Italo, who's a little bit more balanced with his stance. It's more neutral. Nat does have that guiding front leg, and then he does that kick out with his back leg, gets those fins free. It's great to watch.
It sure is. Yeah, I think too Nat's gained a lot from growing up on a tricky, unpredictable right-hand point break that can lay down at different stages, and has a reef that doesn't always serve up predictable sections. Santa Cruz, he won his first event there at 17 years of age. It was the Coldwater Classic, a major contest, and it just really set him on a fast track to the championship tour. Some hurdles to overcome personally these past couple of years, some big losses. Lost his mum recently. That's been well spoken about, and that had a huge effect on Nat. 7.83 for that ride, and he's right back in this heat, and it's great to have him back because he's a fantastic surfer, and he's the kind of guy that is going to push these surfers that have dominated the top end of the leaderboard for a long time now.
Yeah, he's a great addition to the tour. Right in there with that whole Californian pack with Kalohe and Griff and all the boys. And just one of the best, strongest goofy foot surfers that we do have on tour. He just does that figure-8 motion on his backhand that you just can't do that line on your forehand out here at Margaret River. It's incredible. It's the advantage that the backhanders do have, and he really taps into that advantage.
Yeah, you look at Nat Young and kind of doesn't look like there's much of him. He stands 5'11", but when you look at his legs, he's a solid unit. Real strong calves and obviously ankles, the way he planted that final maneuver. But he really saved that score then. That was a wave that was, it started, the heart rate was kind of low, and then he just kick-started it, and in a big way to turn in a 7.83, and he's got himself right back in this heat, and we'll see how Felipe responds. Just under 16 minutes remaining here in Heat 5, the round of 16 on finals day.
I don't know, I guess I want to leave my mark like that. It's just maybe I inspire people to get out and be in the water and enjoy it, but not in any specific or particular way, more how they want to do it.
Some of my favorite things to do outside of surf contests are hang out with my friends, golf, just come up with random goofy things that a lot of people might not think is fun, but we make it fun with the crew we have. Oh, Bruce's part.
The WSL is working with Nature Conservation, Margaret River region, to heal this beautiful dune landscape.
We Are One Ocean is an initiative led by the WSL to inspire our global surf community to protect and conserve our one ocean.
It's so cool to see, the younger generation just already taking part in initiatives like this. That's just key to a beautiful future and a sustainable coastline.
Help us preserve the future of our sport. To learn more, go to weareoneocean.org.
We're here in Jewel Cave in West Australia.
Just crazy how Mother Nature just creates these incredible sculptures.
We are here at the Voyager. It's beautiful. It's very chateau-esque. It lives up to what it's known for.
It's been really incredible to go backstage at the Lewin Vineyard. We actually were able to look at the fermentation process.
Basically, a very rare treat being taken behind the scenes. It's awesome.
Welcome back to the Margaret River Pro. Down here with runner-up Miguel Pupo. Last heat you were just saying you're a bit out of rhythm, getting caught by the sets, and then obviously Italo just going some of the smaller ones. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I knew I had to be on a good waves to beat Italo, Against those guys, you gotta perform on good waves, and I thought his wave was a bit small, but I guess it was really high performance wave, and I kept getting caught by the sets, and completely out of rhythm, but I'm happy with the result, I'm closing the gap on those guys upstairs, so yeah, on the way.
You've had a pretty amazing start to the year. You must be super proud. obviously the highs, and obviously your brother Sammy qualifying as well. How cool is that to be going into the second half of the year with him?
Yeah, it's amazing. You know, I have my partner for the second half, and my family is pretty happy, and I'm happy with the performance. You know, I put in hard work this year. I was training for 4 months before Hawaii, so hard work's paying off, and I'm happy.
And what are you looking forward to going into the second half of the season?
Going live for sure. See you guys.
We'll see you over at G-Land. Miguel, Pupo, congratulations.
Thanks.
Yeah, the brothers Pupo and the whole Pupo family, as Miguel said, absolutely beaming. They're going to be on the road together through that back half of the season. And that's going to be something special. But Miguel, he'll have a great chance over there at G-Land, you'd think, with that incredible tube riding style that he possesses. It's going to be fun to watch it all unfold. Right now out in the lineup, 12.5 minutes to go. Felipe Toledo started with a bang, Rich. 8-point ride and getting super dynamic on that second manoeuvre. Some of that release in the tail that was, you know, hard to go for yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. And Felipe, you can tell he's picked up the pace here. He's gone into a new gear. If he was surfing maybe a little bit defensively just to progress through yesterday, he's gone into attack mode today for sure.
Yeah, a lot to enjoy in the opening exchange from both these competitors as we see some more swell lines rolling our way. They've actually moved quite inside here. I think Felipe's just getting a little bit concerned about maybe giving Nat Young too much room to hunt waves on the inside. We saw Italo turn medium-sized sets in that last heat into really good scores. I think there'll still be big credit if you can connect with the tallest set waves out here and really attack it. But you've got to keep your options open.
Yeah. Well, Nat Young's, he's almost matched him on the opening exchange, so it really is going to be the tail of the backup score. Who can pick the better wave, who can open up, who can really attack these sections. But I think today, you know, yesterday we were seeing sometimes only the single manoeuvre, maybe 2 big turns, but today we're seeing that 3-turn combo coming into play.
Look out, here he is, the current world #1, and really looking to shore up that position by progressing through this heat, driving up into the pocket again. Oh. Wow, great release there. And now doesn't really have a lot of momentum to connect with what looked like a pretty ugly end section. But now we might see him make that board change on the inside now. 10.5 minutes to go. As we wait for the numbers to roll through.
Yeah, that second turn, good signs from Felipe. Just really stepping on the accelerator through the turn, bringing the board all the way around, a huge wrap. And it's those extra little bits of energy in these turns that our surfers are bringing to today's conditions. Watch the replay of Felipe's second scored here. A nice opening carve, but it's this second turn. Look how deep the bottom turn is, really leaning on the rail. Getting up high with the wrap, and unfortunately just no room there, no time to get to that third manoeuvre.
Yeah, love watching Felipe surf on mornings like this. It was great to see the conditions improve. And it is a tough matchup. We've got numbers rolling through for that last ride. It looks like it's going to help him just push the requirement up here for Nat Young. 5.73 for the current world #1. And Nat's now after a 5.91 to get himself into the lead. He's out there with priority. But we've got a special treat for you at the moment, folks. Joining us via the Boost Mobile Stay Connected call is the 3-time world champion. We've missed him this year, Gabriel Medina. Great to see you, brother. How are you?
How are you guys? Good to talk to you guys. I miss you guys.
Mate, you've been making headlines again around the world. You've got some big news. Tell us about your feelings. We know the announcement's been made. You're making your return, and it's all going to go down at G-Land. That's got to be exciting for you.
Yeah, I'm super excited to back on tour, especially in G-Land. It's a wave that I really like to surf. I've been there once, and it's a sick left, and can't wait to be with you guys soon. Yeah, I'm really excited.
Gabby, we've just made the mid-season cut. You've obviously been paying attention to what's happening on the tour. We're taking the best of the tour now. Have you been staying sharp? Have you been staying prepared to face up against this condensed tour now?
Yeah, I mean, I've been watching some hits. The boys are ripping as usual. And I've been surfing a lot at home. I've been cruising with my friends, training. Yeah, I had a good time at home, and that was good to put my mindset, in a good point. And yeah, I feel ready. I mean, I don't wanna think about heats, or I don't know who I can get in a heat. I just wanna go there and just enjoy my time in G-Land. I know it's a special event for everyone on tour, so I just want to make the most of it, I know Felipe is leading the ranking, and yeah, that's good news.
It's going to be cool. We're actually going to see some vision of you at G-Land. You're going to have a bit of an edge over a lot of people in the field who haven't had the opportunity to go over there to Grudgeon and figure the wave out. Did you feel like you found a place in that lineup when you travelled there with Wilco back in the day?
Yeah, we had such a fun trip there. It was me, Wilco, Owen, Mason, Bruno Santos, and we got some nice waves. The place is amazing. It's pretty quiet, and it reminds me kind of like Fiji. I like this kind of places. And it's a perfect wave. You just gotta surf.
Oh, let's have a look at this wave for Felipe at the moment. Trying to improve on a 5.73. Not gonna do it. Obviously, we missed you, Gabe, and you got the break that you needed. But sometimes you see certain days at CT venues, and I'm sure it kind of just fires up your competitive animal. What event have you missed this year the most?
Yeah, this year I think Pipe. Pipe was a hard one to watch. The waves were really good. Yeah, the boys were ripping, and I really like. Yesterday, my friends told me João is not on tour not anymore. I wish I could surf with him on tour, because he's a really good surfer. He's a good guy, and he did amazing at Pipe, Unlucky he got like all the good guys. He got John, he got Jack, he got the ones to beat, So, but it's good. I know he will come back next year. And yeah, I mean, yeah, Pipe was the hard one to watch. I miss Pipe.
Was it fun, though, to sit back and watch Kelly get that remarkable victory and just be a fan and a spectator at that point?
Yes, that was really good. I love it to watch Kelly winning that event, because he's so gnarly. He's really good. I'm a big fan of him, and what he did that day in the whole event was just incredible. Yeah, I cannot imagine me with like 50 years old doing what he's doing right now.
Gabrielle, you mentioned Felipe and how good it is to see him on top of the ratings. Who else has impressed you this year in some of the events? Have any of the rookies sort of caught your eye, or is it just the usual surfers that you're looking at to potentially be a threat in the second half of the year?
I would say João, for sure. Samuel Pupo is doing really good, and Callum Robson, I think that's his name. He's really good. He's a good surfer. He impressed me because he's consistent, and he's dangerous in the heat. And yeah, I would pick these three guys.
Let's talk a little bit about this condensed field, the cut. I mean, heartbreak, but also elation for a lot of competitors. Some of your friends are saving themselves to keep their place in the back half of the year, Jadson Andre namely. But it's going to be really interesting just having a new format for you. You've been on tour a long time now, and you face some big challenges. But it's kind of cool to think that you could still have a chance at making that final 5 or getting the opportunity to say hi to your boys there.
I miss them. I miss them. Yeah, I was so happy for Jadson. He always surprise us, you know. He's a warrior. He's always been, and he's still being this guy, you know. And yeah, I get inspired by him when he does this kind of stuff, because actually he's been doing that for a long time, like a couple of years already, and he never give up, you know. So that's really inspiring for me, because I grew up watching him surfing. He was like him and Adriano. I grew up watching them surfing, so they were the guys, you know, I'm watching Felipe, sorry.
Oh, yeah, well, Felipe needs a score here. Just over 2 minutes to go. Nat Young, 2 7.83s now has taken the lead, and Toledo's after a 7.66.
Oh, yes.
2 minutes to go. He hangs on for the finish there. So clutch finish, but will it be enough? We're going to find out in a moment, waiting on scores to drop. Just finally, Gabriel, obviously, you've got 5 events, and when you look at that back half of the year, there's events there that you've had plenty of success in, and also some new venues. Where do you see yourself ending up at the end of the year? I mean, there's going to be a lot of hype around you potentially making that final 5 and challenging for a world title. Do you see that happening?
I see opportunity, yes. I'm really focused to go heat by heat. I just want to enjoy my time in the water, you know, and I have some good events. It's a few ways that I like to surf. I feel like my surf fits in these kind of waves. And I don't want to put pressure on me, but yeah, it's makeable, you know, it's makeable. But I just want to surf right now, not focus on who I'm gonna get in the heat, or if I want to win, if I need to win, or whatever, you know.
You're just coming back to put on a good show then.
Yes, and try to make things harder, you know, to these guys.
Oh, I like it. Let's talk about this heat, because Felipe Toledo is waiting on a number at the moment. Nat Young put up a couple of near excellent rides. There's 35 seconds to go here, and Toledo, he is chasing a 7.66 out of that last ride, Rich. What are your thoughts?
It's close. It's I'm just thinking back to the 8-point ride. It wasn't quite as big as that one, and obviously it's right there in comparison with what Nat Young has dropped, his 2 numbers. So the first turn was really dynamic, something new, a big under the lip snap. And then he finished the wave well with a strong final turn. Nat Young, here we go again.
Up again, trying to better a 7.83. We don't know if he's going to need more than that just yet. It's, again, a tidy finish from the Californian. Oh, maybe not getting the nod for the completion on that final maneuver, but we are still waiting on scores, and while we wait for those scores to roll in, we want to say a big thank you to Gabriel Medina for checking in with us today, and really looking forward to seeing you made it stop number 6.
Yeah, thank you guys. So good to talk to you guys, and I see you soon.
Looking forward to it, mate, and enjoy the rest of the show here from Margaret River today. Gabriel Medina there, the 3-time world champ, psyching up to make his competitive return. And I think everyone's really excited about it, except maybe the surfers that are qualified for that back half of the season. Here's the replay of Toledo's last ride. We're still waiting on the scores for this one, Rich.
The aggressive snap to start things off. A big wrap the second turn, then gets the finish. The wave, it was sort of a medium-sized one. It wasn't one of the bigger waves of the set like we saw earlier in the heat. And this is a replay of Nat Young's. Could be his final wave here.
This is sort of some of that magic that Nat lost and eventually fell off the tour. But, you know, for a 5-year period there, Nat was knocking out title contenders and really making it difficult for them to win through in these big clashes. This result isn't in the bag as we dive into the Harvey Norman recap. And Toledo got started with such a fireworks, Rich, in particular this second manoeuvre.
Oh, yeah, this really critical lip blast, just getting the fins released, and perfect control here. You can see just Philippe started with so much intent, and it looked like he was just going to run away with things, but then Nat Young bounced back in a really, really solid fashion, just blasting off the top in his backhand, taking these turns so high up in the lip, but remaining completely in control, bringing his rides all the way through to the inside, and just getting to the finish, making sure he gets the completion.
Well, Nat Young, too, his 2 scoring rides, one started with the big end section hit, and the other started with the big first turn.
Yeah.
So they were completely different, but worked out to be the same. The score has just come through for Toledo, 7.63, not enough. And Nat Young, with the big upset, takes down the current world #1, and he is charging through to the quarterfinals here at the Margaret River Pro.
0.03 in that score.
Unbelievable stuff, an extremely close heat, and a great performance from both surfers. Nat just getting the edge. Up next, we got Kai O'Belly surfing against Ethan Ewing. That's just around the corner.
Well, Click, I'm not sure if we made it clear enough, but Nat Young has taken the win. 15 points.
West is best because the coastline, the scenery, the surf, the food, the landscape, I mean, everything is just crispy and fresh.
It's one of the most beautiful places on tour.
To be a surfer here, you got so many different options, you can never really get bored.
Waves that you take off on and you're just going so fast with no effort is kind of my favorite type of surfing. Yeah, West is the best.
West is best for now.
I gotta use it.
Nat Young, what a performance in that last heat, overcoming the current world #1, and that's going to be climbing the stairs and climbing the leaderboard and making his way a lot closer to the top end. What a return.
That was just, well, it was an upset, you know. The world #1 at the moment, the yellow jersey leader going down, and just in these sort of conditions too that are really tailor-made for Philippe to put on a show. But Nat Young just showing he really deserves to be in the upper part of the ratings right now.
As does this man and his rival in this heat. Ethan Ewing up against Kai O'Belly here in heat #6. And Ethan's been solid all season. He's been dropping big scores, and he's collected 2 of his best ever finishes this year. Was unfortunate down there at Bells Beach in a wave starve semi-final heat against Toledo. But he hasn't lost any of that form and confidence. Kai O'Belly, he's had a ride already, a 5-pointer. These guys are actually sitting equal 8th on the leaderboard coming into this heat. Here's the replay of Kaio's ride from earlier on.
Oh, just attacking the lip on the first turn. And this is what Kaio does. He just surprises us. You never quite know what he's going to do, but this is some good, solid surfing here as he brings it all the way through to the inside. A long way, but a little slip up. And that is why that score stayed around the 5-point mark. Ethan on another beautiful looking wave as well. Gets a nice carve to start things off, and a second one. Holds the rail for a little bit longer. Third, and then just opting out. Didn't want anything to do with that final lip, but just technique here, Ron. So smooth and solid. One of the most stylish surfers on the tour, in my opinion. Driving hard off the bottom. Slightly narrower stance than some of the other natural footers. And just so sure-footed through these carves. Really makes it look effortless.
Yeah, big guy too. You know, deceivingly large in stature and can cover a lot of this wave face. Kaio Abeli, though, loves a challenge against a more fancied opponent. I think you'd have to give the edge to Ethan Ewing out there at the moment, just based on his current form. But this guy just always keeps fighting, and he's on his way to a decent score here. A lot of work done, plenty of combinations. Kaio, he figured out the formula pretty early, was able to really give his best surfing in the jersey. Ethan Ewing came on the tour and fell off. It's only really just warming to that kind of phase of his career now.
Wow, just on edge as we watch the replay. Look at the patience as he just waited for that long projection floater. Just Kaio taking this wave all the way through to the inside. He's Mr. Consistency this year, isn't he? He's just always there. You know, he's just going to bank some good numbers. And really becoming one of these surfers that no one can take lightly because he's always going to drop those big scores.
More action out the back. Ewing taking off on his second wave. Another big swoop, cutting it right back into the pocket, disappearing for a moment inside the barrel. And now just lines up that inside section. Equipment just looking so sharp. Gets there nice and early, rides out in front of that white water. First score coming through. It's going to go near excellent. It might even break into the 8s here. Ewing's going to put two rides together perfectly to kick off this heat. And the pressure will be in Kaio Abeli. 8.33 for his first wave, Ethan. I think the judges are really going to love that finishing turn at the end of that ride.
It was something a little bit different, Ron. We've seen the cut down, we've seen the floater, we've seen the snap, but Ethan brought something a little bit different. We'll break it down on the replay. Opens up with a big high carve. Staying with the power source, just so composed in the upper body. The arms are really quiet here, but it was almost like a big under the lip carve. Timing just needed to be so spot on for this final turn. Watch here, just gets on the hillside rail, drives it all the way down under the lip, and then even gets a little snap, bit of fin release under the lip there, and able to ride out as he gets a little shower. Bit of drama to the finish. More live action. Margaret River really starting to turn on.
Oh, it couldn't have come at a better time. This is a great matchup. 6.83 for Kaio on his last wave. And he's had 3 solid rides now. And he's building, I think. But Ethan Ewing's just kicked off with a big one, a bang. An 8.33, still has a score on the way as well. Let's have a look at what kind of work Kaio got done at the start of this one.
Oh, the wave's just standing up so beautifully. And Kaio hits the lip. Wasn't too much drama. A lot of down the line work on this one. To get to that final section, it was a really, really heavy final move, but not much done at the opening stage of that wave.
Waiting on numbers to come on through. Let's throw out the back with Dometic and Kaipo, who's enjoying the show. Big heat this one, Kaipo, and some opportunities now for some real movement on the leaderboard.
Oh, yeah, I mean, this is an exciting heat, but just as exciting is the news, you know, with Felipe Toledo being eliminated in that last heat. That opens up that yellow leader's jersey, and Baron Mamiya or John Florence can take that yellow leader's jersey onto G-Land if they win this event. So some exciting news coming out here in the lineup, and we'll see if we have the surfers from Hawaii take that yellow jersey off the hands of Felipe Toledo
You'd
by
love
the end of this
that. You
event.
would love that, wouldn't you?
Of course.
Hey, Kipes, on the screen here, it looks like Margaret's is starting to really settle in and produce some good quality waves. How's the vibe out there with the conditions? It really is starting to turn on.
Yeah, it is, and I feel the consistency is also increasing right now. It's been a beautiful morning. There have been some rogue, you know, kind of closeout sets earlier, but now it looks like just nothing but opportunity out here.
Bring it on, and big numbers coming for Ethan Ewing on those first two rides, 8.33 and a 7.6. Still got a wave on the way for Kyle Belly, but if he wants to get himself into the lead, that's going to have to be a 9.1. I don't think that will be the case, so he's going to have work to do here with 20.5 minutes to go. But you were talking about Ethan Ewing and that style, Rich, and I think, you know, everyone who's a fan of surfing would have to agree with you. Ethan's style has always been lauded, but you know what, the results haven't really been there for a guy with so much hype, and he had to work out a way to bring more potency to that style, and he's done that. Making comparisons style-wise, a lot of people reference Andy Irons when they're looking at Ethan surfing, but he's got a real blend of, you know, almost like Andy's power and maybe that sharp rail work that Mick Fanning used to bring to CT heats as well. It's a beautiful combination, and when he sets that rail and really unloads, it's something special.
Yeah, I would sprinkle in a little peppering of Tom Curran in there as well in terms of the style, and to me that's just a perfect combination, and let's see it in action now.
Here we go, Ethan Ewing, the surfer from Stradbroke Island over there on the east coast. The Queenslander driving through that first carve. Again, just gliding through another beautiful rail turn. And he's been so strong with the big finishes throughout the contest so far, and gets another one there. Trying to better a 7.6. But even keeping Kaio off a high-quality wave like that will work in his favour. 19 minutes to go. You know, I love that you brought up Tom Curran then, because, you know, we had Felipe Toledo in that last heat. He's a talent on the championship tour that competes with such an enthusiasm and so much gusto, and Ethan's so shy on land, but really lets his surfing do the talking and is super expressive, like Curran was when he's out there in the lineup.
Yeah, he's just got this ability to really just let everything hang out on a wave, and he's a different man in the ocean. And the point I loved about that last wave there was just how he accelerated through that first carve. It's a hard thing to do, is to actually hold and produce speed through the carve. A lot of surfers will take their foot off the gas and kind of wash speed off, and Ethan, he has the ability to hit the accelerator through those style of carves and keep and maintain perfect control. It's just beautiful to watch.
And watching him in some ways is like watching Stephanie Gilmore. You're watching competition, but the surfing is so alluring. There's such a style and finesse to what they do that sometimes you forget that they're being judged. It's almost like you can just sit back and appreciate the surfing in all its beauty.
Yeah, and Joel Parkinson's another one where it's sort of almost, these surfers have the ability to make what they're doing look easy, but I don't think it's lost on the judges. I think they appreciate the technical aspects that these surfers bring, and this is some just amazing surfing from down at Bells.
And he just turned the heat up on all those big major moves that he's got. You know, the style, you know, while you can sit back and celebrate it all day and just basically watch him straight line on a wave and see beauty in it. To get through heats at this level these days, you have to be risking some of these rides. You've got to be putting it in the most critical part of the wave, and now that he's starting to do that, it just feels like he's getting closer and closer to breaking into a final, which he hasn't done before, and having a go at a CT victory. Amazing that Kyle Belly was able to hang on as that wave unloaded pretty much square on the top of his head, the crown of his head, and he's got a big section to deal with here. High impact turn, gave it everything, and really was looking to save that ride because he knows that he needs something huge now. Ewing got an 8.1 on that last wave, and the requirement has grown from 9.1 to 9.6 for the Brazilian.
Yeah, the difference here is that Ethan's getting these waves that are allowing him to open up and get 2 and 3 turns done, get big dynamic turns done on the outside, whereas Kaio, his first turns just aren't quite connecting. A little bit soft off the lip. Watch this one. It was an incredible takeoff, though. And then he drives around the section, works well to get around the foam. But you can see there, just sort of keeps the board quite horizontal and pointing down the line. And then he just tried to attack that final section. But that wave, it bit back.
16 minutes to go here. And the notes coming out from the judging panel today and talking about what elements of the criteria they're going to be really focusing on. And, you know, Ethan Ewing must have just, his eyes must have been lighting up when he was reading through it. But obviously, the combination of major manoeuvres with speed, power and flow, tick, tick, tick. He's done all of that and as a result has gone excellent. Ticking boxes out there at the moment. Kaio's got real work to do with just over 15.5 minutes remaining here in Heat 6. But Heat 5, it was a big upset. Nat Young continued that form that got him into the round of 16. He got the jump on the current world #1. He's with Shannon.
Nat Young, a huge result. You're into the quarterfinals for the first time this season. You must be stoked.
Yeah, I've lost a few times in that round right there. So Philippe started with that 8, and I was just thinking, man, am I going to get another 9th? But luckily clawed back, and we had a good battle. So either way, I mean, I would have been happy with whatever. Just to surf good is kind of what I want to do, and I'm stoked to make it through and continue on.
How does it feel to go toe-to-toe, wave for wave with world #1 and take out a win?
No, it's cool for sure. I mean, Philippe's been the man, and he's one of my favorite surfers. I mean, as a person and as a surfer. So it was fun to be out there with him, and yeah, it was really cool to get that one. So I'm happy.
And you've had some great results here in the past. You made the quarterfinals, the semis, you know, years ago. You're now into that finals conversation again. And the conversation yesterday was that you're putting together the best backhand surfing we've seen of you. What's changed? Anything different?
No, nothing's changed really. I mean, I wasn't here for a few years, and I mean, I was still working my butt off, and knew I deserved to be here. And obviously, some things didn't go my way, and dealt with some other things. And now I'm back here, and still have that same confidence that I can do good and compete with these guys. So it's good to be here.
Well, excited to see who matches up against you in the quarters. Well done.
Yeah, thank you.
Good on you, Nat. Absolute powerhouse. Not an easy task overcoming Felipe Toledo and clean double overhead right-handers at an event that he won last year. That was a massive heat win, and he's done the majority of surfers left in the draw a huge favour.
Yep, took the words out of my mouth. I was about to say it's really opening up this bottom half of the draw there. Philippe was definitely one of the surfers pegged to go all the way through potentially, and maybe meet John in a final if you kind of scripted it all the way through in your mind, but not to be. And as we know, there's no certainties in surfing. Things strange things happen.
Yeah, and a reminder that on their day when they've got the right form, anyone on this tour can get a win over those big dominant forces. As Nat said, Felipe has been the man this year. Incredible form, especially through this Australian league. Here we go, Kaio trying to get himself back in this heat, and he risks it all on the first section. Goes the alley-oop and up into the oncoming left and slams it. And he really had to shift things up. Ethan Ewing's been super smooth, placing his turns beautifully, high impact finishes. But Kaio Belly's just gone raw out here. He's just looking to really, I think, reignite his chances of progressing here, Rich. He put it all on the line on that first turn.
Yeah, he did. And, well, he didn't have priority. And Ethan giving him that one. Not a particularly high alley-oop, but a great manoeuvre nonetheless. And the final hit was also really, really critical. So I love that he's starting to mix things up and think outside the box. What else do I have to do to get the judges' attention here? Adds a little drama to the situation. And, well, who knows where the judges are going to go with this thing.
Here's the bummer about executing a turn like that on a wave that big. If you're going to go for the alley-oop on a wave that big, you really have to make it a huge one, a huge version. If that was on a 2-foot wave, you'd be going, wow, pretty sick. He got quite a bit of height. But on a wall that tall, it kind of does look a bit like a chop hop on that first section. So I don't see this number going huge. I don't think it's going to help really chip away at the requirement at all.
No, I don't think the judges will be sort of overwhelmed to the point of throwing a big number at it. It was more of a longer type of alley-oop rather than it didn't have much height, so they'll keep the scale there.
Well, we were wrong.
Wow,
7.2 for Kaio. So obviously they love the fact that he risked it and also love the finish. But for me personally, I just didn't see many points in that first move. It kind of felt like more of a chop hop than an alley-oop to me.
Yeah, it could have been a big hack or a big carve. But anyway, the judges liked it. They rewarded the high-risk element of it being done so early on the wave.
11 minutes remaining here. Kaio Belli chips away at the requirement, but still needs a 9.23. We'll take a bonsai brew break and be back with more in just a moment.
The importance today of really staying on the path that has been created to get down to the beach, because we've planted all in these dunes here native plants that are meant to be here.
We Are One Ocean is an initiative led by the WSL to inspire our global surf community to protect and conserve our one ocean. This year we're partnered with Shiseido and we're working with local organisations in communities around the world where we hold our championship tour events.
The WSL is working with Nature Conservation, Margaret River region, along with local surfers from Line in the Sand, Great Southern Reef, to heal this beautiful dune landscape.
We're going to be helping to rehabilitate those areas that have already been degraded and disturbed.
Yeah, it's so cool to see, the younger generation just already taking part in initiatives like this, and I think that's just key to a beautiful future and a sustainable coastline.
Help us preserve the future of our sport. To learn more, go to weareoneocean.org.
Welcome back to the Margaret River Pro. I'm here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone with Felipe Toledo. That was as tight as a heat gets to lose out by 0.03. How is it settling in with you now?
It's hard. It's one of those heats that, you feel like you gave your best, and then at the end, and the judge, scoreboard, you won. 3 judges gave me the score, and then 2 didn't, and I'd still, lost that heat. So it's hard to digest, those heats, but it's all good. I did a good performance here. I feel pretty good. I'm gonna go home, recharge batteries, go back to G-Land, and do my best to, stay on that first position. And I don't know how it's going right now. If there's a chance of, someone getting the yellow jersey or not, I don't really care at the moment. Yeah, I was just gonna keep doing my job and enjoying the process. That's it.
So there is actually a chance if John or Barron if they take the win here at the Margaret River Pro, then they'll steal the yellow jersey away from you heading to G-Land. Is that something that plays into your thought process?
Not really. Good for them. They still have a chance. That's sick. I just want to do my thing. I just want to cruise. I just want to, relax, be happy, surf, and what really matters is the end of the year being in the top 5.
And you'll get to spend some time at home with your family now.
Yes, best time ever. Going to be home for a little bit. See the kids, see the wife, and my parents, and just, like as I said, recharge and go to G-Land and try to put in a good performance over there. Well done to Nat as well. Good surfing.
Well done. A great performance regardless of the result. Thanks so much.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Oh, he is the man. Nat said it, and after that interview, you can see why he's so loved.
Yeah, you could sense he was a little bit annoyed, but I also sense that he's kind of fired up and just like, hey, you know what? This 9th, I didn't want this.
No.
I wanted that, he wanted the win basically. So I can't wait to see what he does at G-Land. I think it's going to be, a big bounce back moment for Philippe, because the 9th to him is, that's not an acceptable result.
Well, he knows he's got the confidence to really challenge for the world title this year, and his best chance at winning is going to be going into that as the #1 seed. And there's going to be some events in this back half of the year that are really going to test him, and some where he's going to have maybe the best chance at taking it out. When you think of El Salvador, long-running right-hand point break, and yeah, I think he wants to really solidify that #1 position and go into the WSL Rip Curl Finals #1. But
well,
that's a missed opportunity at this venue.
Yeah, well, last year both the #1 seeds going into the finals, they ended up being the champions. So you know, it was proven last year that it can be an advantage, but not. It's not impossible for those other surfers to come and steal the title at this point. Looks like a good-looking wave here.
Yeah, just over 5.5 minutes to go. Ethan Ewing has a couple of excellent scores on the board already and is looking to improve on an 8.1. Digs into a big carve to get started, but opts out of this one.
Well, just two excellent and one near excellent ride for Ethan Ewing. So he is just creating a bit of a theme here in all these heats. He only takes a couple of waves, but when he does take them, he makes them count. As we watch the replay, Ethan just starting so strong here with these vicious carves off the top, each one a little bit different, but he just seems to be in such unison with the waves here. Just marrying, stitching these turns together with perfect flow and precision. And I love this angle here on as we just see the pathway, the arc that Ethan just draws on these beautiful canvases here at Margaret River. All the way through to the inside and just no problem maintaining control. But there was a little fight back here from Kyo Abeli, who's also surfing really well, bringing that high risk element. Gets the alley-oop, was rewarded with a 7.20 on this wave, attacks the final section. And those Rusties looking really good under his feet. And mate, you're looking good in your Rusty clubber as well.
Oh, thanks, Rich.
Yeah.
4 minutes remaining here. And Kyo Abeli is sitting out there with priority. And the more time that winds down off this clock, the more likely it is he's going to have to go near perfect to turn this heat. But he's still in it. I mean, if he got a 7.2 on that previous ride, then I think this 9.23 is a bit more attainable than what it maybe seems. There wasn't that much to that first turn. I mean, still super exciting and very high risk, but, you know, you've got to give Kyo credit. He's capable of a lot more than that.
Yeah, you know, it all comes down to getting the right wave here, and Ethan's conceded priority, so he's in the box seat with 3.5 minutes to go.
Wild thing about Kyo is he shored up his place in the back half of the year. He was the replacement for Gabriel Medina through those first 5 events, so he's performed incredibly well, and he needs something big here because Ethan's up again. Nice looking section. Again, just draws on the big carve. The wave starts to flatten out, so he just goes back to the takeoff point, just asking questions of Kyo on that outside. But the veteran, who's just come off his best ever start on the CT with that replacement opportunity. Semi-final finish at Pipeline. He had some unbelievable rides there. Sort of really was one of the standout performers. You know, there was a lot of big stories unfolding there at Pipe, and Kyo was sort of overshadowed by the achievement of Kelly and the magic of Seth's run in front of his family and friends. But you know, Kyo had a couple of rides at Backdoor that just absolutely he'll remember for the rest of his life.
Yeah, for sure. He's just nonchalantly gone about his business on the tour this year, and he's right up the top. Have a look at this thing. He needs a special wave. This could be it.
Wow, in the barrel. Kyo, I think he got bogged down on that foam ball. But really nice technique to get himself under the ledge there, under that boil, and tuck into the pit. But it just didn't hold open for him.
Well, almost. The wave just not quite opening up and hitting the reef perfectly for it to barrel all the way through. It would have been spectacular if he was able to muscle his way through it. Let's have a look at the land angle. You can see just takes off under the lip. just draws the perfect line, but you can see there the barrel just not quite opening up. It just sort of clamped on him through that middle section.
Well, just thinking now, as we see Kaya having a look at an insider there, but just thinking about these two, they're really trying to stall each other's momentum on the leaderboard. Both coming into this contest, equal 8th position. There's already been some movement up at the top end. John Florence has already, with this quarterfinal result at worst, has already jumped ahead of Kanoa Igarashi and moved up into 2nd place. When you think about the live leaderboard, Baron Mamiya already up into 4th. With his run, he's still got a heat coming up. Italo has jumped up a place, and if Ethan can hang on here, he'll climb ahead of Callum Robson. So, you know, there is going to be a fresh-looking top 10 pitcher at the end of this contest. Quite a bit of movement as we see Ethan up again. 30 seconds to go here. Bit of a victory lap, perhaps, out on the outside section. Kaya's having a duck dive this wave. It peaked up out there, and he wasn't in a position to take it. But there is still 20 seconds to go here, and he's going to have to take his chance on this next ride, you'd think. As you can see, that one just didn't stand up for him.
Oh, he just needed to be on that second one, just got caught inside, and he was having a look, just making sure that Ethan took that first wave, and in doing so, perhaps missed the opportunity further outside.
Well, you've got to give props to the 28-year-old Abelli, who again does well with this replacement opportunity. He'll bank a 9th. That'll improve his point score tally, and he's going to be well situated to make a charge for the final 5 when he heads over to G-Land. But Ethan Ewing, he is charging up the ladder, and he has another excellent heat score here at Margaret River. Another big heat just around the corner. Jadson Andre will take on Geordie Smith. We'll bring in Joe and Bugs for the call.
The Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Tourism WA, major presenting partner of the Margaret River Pro. By But Is It Bonsoy, the official golden halo of health. By Boost Mobile. Stay connected with Boost Mobile on the full Telstra 4G mobile network. By Oakberry. Fuel yourself with the official acai of the World Surf League Australia. And by Bond University, official higher education partner of the World Surf League Australia. You're watching the round of 16, heat number 7 just getting started. Jadson Andre versus Geordie Smith. Two longtime veterans going head-to-head for a chance to be in the quarterfinals today on finals day here at the Margaret River Pro. Jadson Andre was just elated last night. He even joined Italo for a celebratory dinner, getting the news that he will be on tour all the way through the rest of the year, including the start of 2023. Jadson's just been a warrior on the qualifying series and on the championship tour since 2010. where he had a massive rookie debut. And you think about these two now, they're a couple of the older statesmen on tour these days. You know, Kelly's 50, next it goes to Jordy Smith. Now with Owen not making the cut, Jadson Andre is 32. These two have seen a lot in their time on the championship tour, Bugs.
That's amazing to think that these two are the veterans of the tour. I mean, it's quite amazing to see, you know, them coming through from. I remember when they were both in the juniors. I mean, Jordy Smith in the Pro Junior at Narrabeen, and Jadson. Wow, that's pretty cool that they're still absolutely at the top of the game, though. And Jadson, he would have booked every Challenger Series. He would have been a contingency plan for him because he's so used to being on the wrong side of the bubble. And he's actually qualified. It must be such a comfort zone for him.
We're going to see him surf with some freedom in the back end, knowing that he's already safe for the start of the year. He's never had that feeling before. I'm expecting his performance to lift with that freeing feeling. Not worrying about numbers, not worrying about falling off. It's going to be a great back end of the year for Jadson Andre and Jordy Smith as things are getting started, Bugs. I was hanging down in Coach's Corner on the steps throughout the day. I think it's been a tough recipe to decide if you're sitting out the back waiting for sets or getting the ones that are just under the big ones and get the mid-size waves that are a bit more rippable for performance. Here comes Jordy Smith just up and out.
Yeah, well, it's a you know, the insights from the coaching corner is really important. I thought, you know, when McGillivray came in and he's talking to Bottle and they came down at dawn discussing whether it was going to be the big ones or the smaller ones that really hit the contour of that reef and allow you to do top to bottom turns. I thought Italo Ferreira read it superbly.
We're checking out the deep stats powered by Hydro Flask with Jordy Smith and Jadson Andre. Just 3 previous meetings. Smith leads 2-1. And it's been a long time since they've met each other. Go back to 2017. In Brazil. Before that, they had 2 matchups in 2014. So it's about time these two met up in heat again.
Yeah, when you think about it, you know, very long careers. They've been on the tour for a long time. To have only met 3 times. It's and I guess Jordy's used to fairly being at the pointy end, at the business end of the tournament. And whereas Jadson, you know, it's been an intermittent thrust from time to time as he's made it into the quarterfinals and beyond.
It's interesting when you look at longtime vets, and some surfers just avoid each other in a decade and just have brief meetings here and there. Some people they can't avoid each other. They just constantly have rematches. I feel like Jaddy has that with Kolohe. They just sometimes just can't get away from each other in a season. Jordy Smith is going to have to let Jaddy go because he already took off on a wave. Andre setting up a backhand top turn. Didn't really engage the rail there. Just set up work. Now a lot of froth on the face, and he'll try to fit in a Hail Mary hack. And he can't hang on.
No, all we saw was an arm.
That's right. It's impressive to see how willing Jadson is to take a wipeout. No matter if it's pipeline or sunset or right in front of the rocks at Margaret River main break. He is just sometimes seems a bit reckless where he's just going for broke and
wow.
Shake that one off.
He is really shaking that one off. And who could forget last year on that horrific wipeout he took on that massive drop.
He might take more wipeouts than anyone. Even if the waves are small, he's just going for it. Sometimes he just can't slow down his intensity. Let's take another look.
Yeah, well, this wave, it promised so much, Joe, but then it really didn't deliver because he didn't get that first big turn off, and this one is just a bit of a Hail Mary. The convergence just absolutely just annihilated him. Look how much foam's on the face from the previous wave, and he brings it around. He looks okay here, but look what's coming for him.
That big convergence right there.
Just envelops him.
It gets really shallow in there. The transition completely changes, but Jadson knows how important it is to just fire away on that end section hack. We saw a worthy backhand attack from Nat Young earlier today as he eliminated world #1 Felipe Toledo. And I'm starting to think, Bugs, that yellow jersey has been hard to hang on to this year. It's changed hands at every event so far this season.
It's been a hot potato. We just haven't had that consistency, whereas in past years, the yellow jersey has sort of been a fixture for, you know, the top surfer throughout, say, an entire leg or a entire passage of back-to-back events.
Had Kelly get the win at Pipe, then had yellow into Sunset. Barron won at Sunset Beach. The wild card wore yellow into Portugal. Then it was traded off to Kanoa Igarashi and then to Felipe Toledo. And now it could be Barron again in yellow or potentially John. Both have to win this event to be world #1 heading to G-Land.
See, another feature of this year has also been the fact that we've had different finalists in a lot of the events. So what it means is that as we move into G-Land and as we, you know, we solidify that top 22, what happens is that mathematically they're all in the game for the final 5.
Ethan Ewing, big takedown in that last heat. He's hanging out with Shannon.
Ethan, that was a super impressive performance. Comes through as the highest heat total of the day. Chat to me about your conversation with Snake just now coming out of the lineup.
He said that I played it pretty well. I got those 2 decent scores and felt like I used my priority pretty well. I was Kaio's so dangerous even under priority, so I was definitely not like safe there. And he got that crazy good one that he didn't come out of the barrel, which could have been a huge score. So yeah, stoked to make it past Kaio because yeah, he's super dangerous.
Yeah, were you questioning some of that decision making in the heat then? I mean, based off that chat with Snake, just encouraging you that you made all the right decisions?
Yeah, I don't know. He was kind of gaining momentum there. He landed that air and got the 7. And I kind of wanted to just try and break that. And yeah, I felt like the wave that I took off him probably could have been a pretty decent score. So yeah, I don't know. Snake said I played it pretty well, so yeah, I'm stoked to get through.
Well, you definitely did, and talk to me about now finding that momentum, heat after heat, you know, back-to-back events now, making it into those final rounds, quarters, hopefully semis and finals on the cards for you today.
Yeah, it feels super good that I don't know, I'm getting good results now. It's kind of paying off, and the waves are really good today, so it's kind of just go for it now, and hopefully I can do really well. So yeah, fingers crossed.
Can't wait to see you in the next round. Thanks.
Thank you, Shannon. Ethan Ewing moving on to the quarterfinals as he is finding his stride on the top 34 in the world. He's always been expected to be in this kind of form, and what a feeling for Ethan to finally feel it after falling off after a tough rookie season. He's right where he belongs, and in fact, with the live rankings, he's positioned currently in the final 5.
Yeah, he's on the rise for sure, and he's been consistently putting together the top 2 tallies for the day. Yesterday was a red letter day for him. Today again, so far the best combined total. So this is augurs well for his ascent as he moves up the rankings. And interesting to note that several times he made reference to Jake Patterson, the coaching, and Jake's style of coaching. You know, he doesn't miss his mark, Joe. You know, he tells it how it is. And I've actually seen guys walking up the gangplank there, and Jake just giving it to him, and because they need to hear it, you know, and win or lose.
And coaches are also playing on their coaching experience. Talking to Snake this morning, he was reflecting on a heat plan he had coaching with Kanoa, where he had Kanoa on the sets, and Michael Rodriguez was on the inside getting 8s on smaller waves. And sometimes it maybe is not what you're thinking. Judges love big sections, love set waves, but if the mid-rangers are easier to surf and to score on, you have to adapt. Free fall drop, Jordy hangs onto it, lays into a solid hook. He'll commit to this inside fading cutback. There's the lip, he crushes it and has enough speed to ride away with control.
Oh, he timed that so well by going up early for that last maneuver, and also that snap. You know, I like the whole wave, everything he did on that one. And he's a standout here. Jordy, you know, a finalist. He had that last year. He had that amazing run on a similar day. You know, this is nearly like a carbon copy of the final day last year, Joe.
Jordy's been so consistent here at Margaret River. He's always been consistent, I'd say, making quarterfinals. He has usually a result he carries all season, but last year his best, almost winning the event. Another look from the water now.
Wow, it's an amazing takeoff. He nearly overbalances there and brings it round. Goes for that trademark layback snap. And then even this middle part here, I like this turn here because he goes straight to the bottom and goes up early. That's the key to beating that convergence. A lot of guys I saw yesterday just leaving it too late. It's just that's a really late takeoff there, and he was just slightly off balance. He recovered his balance so well to go into his repertoire.
You can see he was just going on feel there. He had water in his face. He just trusted his ability to find his feet and crushes the finishing move.
That was not by accident. That second maneuver there, he cuts back and then he drives down. He cuts it short, then drives down the face to get to the bottom early and up into that lip. And he might have been in a lot of trouble had he left it any later.
Florence brothers have arrived. Had a later start this morning with the walkthrough as we see Jadson Andre. Beautiful conditions, clean arc to start. Nice patience, board chattering off the bottom, throws another fading cutback. Mid-face bottom turn, blows the tail out, hangs on. Jaddy getting radical on his final turn.
Yeah, that was a radical final turn, and again, he just momentarily disappeared in amongst it all. His first turns, he didn't quite get that vertical pocket. I think he's waiting, you know, to get in the really big scores, but he sure finished it off in a flurry.
What a beautiful wave to pick off at Maybrick.
Oh, it's a gorgeous looking wave, and just sort of nice little carve under the lip there, and another one here, open face, cut back. He's always looking ahead to set it up. He knew he came unstuck last time, went up a touch earlier, snapped under the lip, and just really well timed. See how he's just beating that lip down, using it to his advantage. And there's that famous convergence, and this time he just stays ahead of it. I remember the last time he came up shaking his head and he took gas. Maybe a few somersaults underwater.
Oh, he certainly did. He's not afraid to take some beatings. He's really fallen in love with the waves of consequence on tour, where he struggled to get results in the past. He always marks Tahiti as his favorite venue to compete on around the world. Numbers dropping in from the last exchange. Jordy 8.17, excellent surfing there. Jaddy 7.33. Jadson with the lead since he has a 3.5 of a backup. Now with 14:30 to go. Jadson is looking for his first ever quarterfinal appearance here in the West. Jordy with priority, just chasing a 2.66. We'll be right back for more as Barron prepares for Jack Robinson.
I never thought I was going to make it here. I thought I was going to miss the whole event.
So many. The male pro Portugal champ.
Oh my gosh.
Jordy Smith coming off the bottom turn and fading into the pocket, looking for the lead off Jadson. He goes down swinging on the end section.
Wow, he went down hard.
A free fall from the sky when he was chasing a 2.66. He did get some work done before the big wipeout. And now Jaddy's turn. Could make him pay for Smith's mistake. There's the vertical, a bit hung up, but now he'll drive through. Now setting it up off the bottom, and a clean backside carve to clean that one up. He did have a low score of a 3.5, and he hung in there from start to finish.
Well, that ended up being an amazing ride. He got caught up. He went for the vertical. That's what the difference between Geordie's 8.17 and Jadson's 7.33 was that first turn. He didn't quite get it in. He did that time, but how's that getting caught in the lip a little bit there? Going into it, it looks so dynamic, Joe. How are the judges going to go on that?
It's interesting watching Geordie's first turn, Bugs. The fall came at the end of this wave, but first turn, he did that classic little layback. Classic layback and gets a second one in here. If he'd finished this one, this would have been well up there. This probably would have been around that 7.5 mark, but gee, went down hard. This is a pretty radical. This is an all or nothing. This time he doesn't go up early, goes with the lip, and it beats him. It's got him around the torso and just slams him down. He was attacking that lip. An aggressive attempt at a strong float, then compared to Jadson. Bang! Now he just got caught up there a little bit. The judges might dock him a tad there, Joe, we'll see, but gee, he finishes very strong. His timing at the end's become very good. Yeah, this timing at the end, he got smashed on the first one. This time he goes up and over the lip and still drives down the face. He's very wary of that convergence now, and he gets ahead of it just by the skin of his teeth. So Jadson swinging hard to try to keep his lead above Geordie Smith. And Geordie left the door open as well with falling on that end section. It was radical and almost impossible to see anyone right out of it. And Joe, you know, I mentioned before that today's nearly like a carbon copy of the finals day last year. And, you know, when you think about the ebb and flow of a waiting period, you know, with that first week, it was punctuated by the first seasonal fronts, one after the other. We got 3 back-to-back fronts at adverse conditions, bad winds, sort of funky swells. And then we saw this coming, but the systems are so robust down here, this edge of the earth, and, you know, it can change so quickly. Some of the lows can stay low, some can come up and just slam us. But, you know, it was really spot on. Like the calls for yesterday and today, it really made it amazing. Brilliant to finish on a beauty like this one. Well, it is finals day, and remember we have the Hydro Flask Let's Go Moment Award. And thinking back to what we had yesterday, Ethan Ewing had a beauty of a 9-point ride. His form was brilliant, one of the best styles in the game, in a great rhythm. And you can vote today at WSL on Instagram. It'll be between Ethan and the big man who's in the water now, Geordie Smith, on his version of a 9-point ride. Yeah, this was a great exchange. They weren't in the same heat, but they certainly were in the same category of excellence. Geordie Smith looking so comfortable here at Margaret River main break. You guys can vote today at WSL on Instagram for the Hydro Flask Let's Go Moment Award. Ethan Ewing just advanced on over Coyote Belly to feature in the quarterfinals. Joe, very interesting last exchange there. Now, Jaddy, good looking ride, but I'm really feeling he got docked heavily on that first turn. He only got a 4.93 for that effort. Geordie, he went down. He went down like timber on that last one, but he still gets a 5.07. He outpointed his opponent. It all came down to that first turn from Geordie, and Geordie gets a lot of points sometimes on just single maneuver carves, just like he did yesterday in that one moment where he had that drawn out down carve into the 7 range for one move since he got caught by the convergence on his second effort. But when you have that kind of power, you can just flex with authority on the main break open face and get a lot from the panel. So interesting lead change now as we check out the Harvey Norman recap here in heat number 7. 2 veterans of the tour going blow for blow. Geordie opens up with an 8.17 to take the lead. Yeah, this put him in the excellent range straight up, and it was that finish there that was amazing, and that big foam ball chasing him down. And here's Jadson Andre. This is the 7.33. Just snaps it under the lip there. His second turn here, open face carve, but he's looking down the line. His timing was brilliant on this one. The board just quivers a little bit, and Geordie,
Again, his second effort here. It is his first turn, Joe, that gets him the points. Just a great carve down. Another one here, sets it up beautifully. There's his 5 points. And then he just goes for it. As I said, it would have probably been around that 7-5 mark.
But it was enough to take the lead from Jadson Andre. 6:45 on the clock. Jordy now with priority. Jaddy, second priority, needing a 5.92. Jadson's 96th championship tour event, as he will be able to achieve 100 CT events since he has officially made the cut. Now let's catch up with runner-up in the last heat to Ethan Ewing. Kaio Ubeli is with Shannon.
Kaio, talk to me about those last-ditch opportunities, going to the air on a big one and then trying to find the barrel.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't really see Ethan's wave. I just saw the water going back at the back of the wave, and I was hearing the scores, and I knew I needed something special and different. Yeah, the waves dropped a little bit from yesterday, and like I picked my small board again because I didn't really have something between the board from yesterday and the one from today, so I feel like I was short a couple inches. And yeah, but I was excited. I just wanted to surf. I wanted to do my best, and I did everything I could in those waves. I surfed my heart out, and it just feels good. Like I lost, but at least like I could show a little bit of my surfing and the idea of what I wanted to do. And if I came out of that barrel, it would be pretty sick, even if I would get the score or not.
Yeah, it would have been amazing. Talk to me about just this year. I mean, it's pretty unbelievable considering that you came in as an injury replacement and now you're booked a spot into G-Land, plus requalification for 2023. How's it all going with you now?
Yeah, in a matter of like 2 months, my life changed pretty much. I don't even know where I would be right now, like what I would be doing. And I'm super psyched to be like making the cut through the next part of the tour, which is G-Land, is somewhere very special. I've never been, so I'm looking forward to that. And yeah, it's just life. Life keeps surprising you, and well, I feel like when you're a good person and you always positive and thinking like that everything gonna be all right, things just fall into pieces. And like when things are going wrong, it just make you realize that like you're learning something, and you have a good attitude. And yeah, life is giving back to me, and I'm taking full on.
Well, it's been an amazing journey to be able to watch you this year. Can't wait to see you out there at G-Land.
Thank you.
So much, Shannon. Just everyone's face just lighting up when you just say that phrase, G-Land. It's just like the dream that we've been trying to realize for a few years. You know, when things got canceled, we're like, are we really going? And it's right around the corner for surfers like Kaio Ubeli, who at the moment on the live rankings is sitting in the top 10 in the world. There's a few people chasing that spot down, like this man, Jordy Smith. Big frontside carve. Finesse and control from the South African. And he'll hop out of there looking to better a 5.07. Bugs, it's got to be one of the most exciting things to witness when Jordy Smith is coiling up with a wide open canvas to lay that rail down.
Yeah, it's a beautiful sight. He's so made to fit for this wave, and you would have seen his fellow South African Matty McGillivray getting through. He would have been stoked about that. And you know, they both revel in the power. This is a really happy hunting ground for both those guys. And Jordy, the one thing there though, that he's kind of still left the door open. Jaddy only needs a 5.92. We haven't got that score yet. It's only a 4.03. It opens up beautifully. It looks like this wave is going to be unbelievable, and then it just peters out. You see that wave there? There's nothing else to it, so it doesn't add to his score line. 5.92, so within Jadson's wheelhouse if he gets a decent wave. So this heat's still way open there. I don't know about that wave choice of Jordy then.
Jordy Smith's been getting some great numbers this season. We talk about how excellent scores are saved for special places. He's got an 8.17 now, but he's had a few 9s this year. Even going back to Pipeline, you can tell he's been really connected to his equipment. He had to get past that toe injury at the start of the season, and I feel like he'll just continue to heat up. And obviously, he's always going to love going back home to Jeffreys Bay, where he picked up his first 2 championship tour wins of his career. I don't know if anybody surfs J-Bay better in modern day times on the best point break on the planet.
No, I don't think so. I mean, we've seen some great performances out there. Kelly, Andy Irons, Joel Parkinson, Mick Fanning. But Geordie at full steam at J-Bay is a sight to see. Just awe-inspiring. And look at these corduroy lines. Now, Jadson Andre is going to get going here. Can he do a Nat Young and pull this out of the fire?
Needs a 5.92. He's been patient, finding his point there. Pushes that one off the top. Needs something big towards the end. Pushes hard off that convergence, and that's going to swallow him up. Jaddy's now down to 90 seconds.
Yeah, I think that's going to be tough for him to get back out the back. Now that thing just swallowed him alive. It just vaporized him on the. There was just two massive foam balls colliding. And you know, we'll follow his progress here, but with that time ticking away, he won't get on the ski till there's only 60 seconds remaining. I'm not even sure if he's aiming up for this. Now, I think there's a realization of some sort of concession that was it. He needed to get the job done that time, Joe.
Last time Jaddy was in a quarterfinal in Australia was 2011 at Bells Beach. Came very close to getting back in a final series with his start. That 7-3-3 where he blew his whole board out on the finish was brilliant, but it was all about Geordie's power and control on his forehand at the Margaret River main break right that the judges really loved on the 8.17. Geordie still keeping the wave he fell on as his backup of 5.07, so still an incredibly close heat as we'll close this one out.
Yeah, well, Jadson declares his innings on that one and for the tournament, but a great result. He's alive and kicking and into the final 5 events of the year.
That's right, as we're setting up quarterfinals. John Florence has Griffin Colapinto. Matty McGillivray has Italo Ferreira. Nat Young will be with Ethan Ewing. And Geordie Smith will be in quarterfinal number 4 as this consistency continues here at Margaret River. He'll be taking on the winner of the next heat, Jack Robinson versus Baron Mamiya, coming up next.
This part of the world is so amazing. I mean, when we come to Western Australia, West is best. It has everything.
WA is such a beautiful coastline as well, and there's just so much venturing to be done.
The mountain biking today was really fun.
It was quite a rush, you know, going down all the trails.
And we got to try out 2 different wineries today, and we had a good laugh. We're happy, they're happy, everybody's happy.
West is best. There are some of the greatest wines that you could taste in the Margaret River region. We've been loving it, seeing a lot of the world's best. Take the time to check them out on the lay days. Now it's all about business and winning big heats as we check out the final series. John Florence. He's called the Margaret River Goat for a good reason. John's taking on Griffin Colapinto in the first quarter. Matty McGillivray, fresh off a win that saved his career on the championship tour. He has the 2019 world champ Italo in quarter 2. Nat Young versus Ethan Ewing in quarter 3. And Jordy Smith will take on the winner of this heat. Will it be the local boy, Jack Robinson, or the North Shore young legend Baron Mamiya? We'll find out in a moment. And make your predictions for our champions today. Is about to put Wainwright Bartholomew on the hot seat. You seeing the champ already on paper in the quarterfinals? Who's going all the way?
Yeah, I can see him right there. There's 7 of them already. And but this heat here, this is the one.
I'll give you some time to think about that one for sure.
Thanks, Joe.
I didn't know if you were just going to go with Florence. I mean, that always feels like a safe bet coming to this side of the world.
Yeah, well, he's in that top half of the draw. The bottom half of the draw is looking pretty interesting too. But Italo has shown a lot of unbelievable form this morning. Nat Young's a bit of a sleeper in the draw. Of course, Jordy and Ethan Ewing, wow, that's dynamite right there. But this heat here, I know there's thousands of people around the world salivating over this heat. It's the local boy, Jack Robinson, against the mercurial Baron Mamiya. His rise up the rankings has been phenomenal. So this is 2 young surfers who have just blown the world away.
And they're 2 of the most popular surfers in the world. You know, when you're trying to think of a great movie part, as we see Jack going straight down, looked like he wanted to start things off under the hood. That one getting away from him, but I like the idea there. That'll just start priority. Baron Mamiya with priority on Jack's attempt there to pull into the tube. I was thinking, when you think of big movies around the world, you'd be calling Jack and Baron to want them to feature in your major movie. There's a movie called Snap 4 by Logan Dullian, and these 2 guys, Jack and Baron, were almost tied for maybe having the best part in that movie. There was a great debate going online of who had the best segment. They're 2 young surfers that are incredibly popular with how they approach slabs, big waves, big airs, a lot of great similarities. Hawaii versus Australia going down right now.
It's so good.
Let's get a surf report with Laura Enever. Hey, Laura.
Oakberry surf conditions for.
Catch up with Laura in a second. Sometimes she's got to go through a few waves and the mic gets a bit waterlogged. So she will be back with us in a moment, giving us the Oakberry surf conditions. And it's going to be a great report because we're looking at great waves today on finals day. Like you were mentioning before, Bugs, all the different types of weather patterns that we've experienced since we've been here. And then to finish like this on a sunny day with offshore conditions.
Yeah, well, we're coming into the last quarter of autumn. It's only 3.5 weeks until winter kicks in over here in the southwest and obviously in the entire southern hemisphere. But, you know, conditions really, that beautiful autumn conditions, you can't beat it. Those crisp mornings, clear skies, offshore, beautiful swells. There's certainly no shortage of swell in this part of the world.
As we look at Jack Robinson, I mean, we've been talking about him for so long. He had a wild card opportunity at 13. I don't know how many 13-year-olds are getting the call up to surf at the top end of your sport, but Jack was that kind of superhero young grommet who everyone had big expectations on, but he's still just enjoying his 2nd year on the championship tour. We reflect back to his win in Mexico, but that was the only event on tour last season where he finished in the quarters or better. And look where he is today. I mean, coming off a semifinal that we just had at Bells Beach, quarterfinals earlier over at Sunset, and sitting where he is today, he's moving quickly up to the top end of the rankings.
Yeah, it's been a more meticulous rise up the rankings. You know, he's just sort of running at his own pace here, and nothing, you know, he hasn't been able to put an entire campaign together, but as you said, it's only his 2nd year. You know, he spent quite a few years on the QS, and, you know, he wasn't digging, having to battle away in those 2 to 3 foot beach brace conditions. Fortunately, he had Sunset Beach, and he had, you know, an all-time tournament out there and really put it together. A lot of great tube riding, and showed what he can do on on serious reef waves.
So talented when the ocean lights up. It gives him some power. He can do just about anything on a wave. Big carves, big snaps. He said he loves holding a rail line and holding it as long as he can. Here comes Mamiya. Arc to start in the pocket. Nice glassy conditions. He'll commit for another wrapping turn. Waves getting smaller on the inside, but he's got some speed to burn. Cool jam off the end section to stay on his feet.
Yeah, well, we saw yesterday he got a whole bunch of waves. He just went surfing, and they were kind of all in that 6-point range. I kind of feel, you know, he started out in the same mode, but it's good to get one under the belt.
Jack Robinson, deep off the bottom. Cool tracking on that first turn. Throws a little bit of water on that wrap, and now lights up the end section. Got there nice and early, and he will lay low for the completion. Bamrose loves it. And we'll really see the first true opening exchange. Barron first, then to Jack. A young battle. These guys will have plenty of heats around the world in their careers on the championship tour.
Yeah, I really feel that too. I feel both of them are going to have a lot of clashes together. Jack, that's a searing snap under the lip to start with. And this wave here is really, this is a real local knowledge here, how he gets to do, you know, it flares it out the top and then drives down the face. He drives out with the lip and just stays ahead of it. And, you know, it's amazing how his timing, he's so quick fire. He's still got to flare it a bit out the top here. See, look at that. It does a big layback snap and then drives down. He uses that foam ball to drive in front of it. That's certainly local knowledge right there.
Jack Robinson competing on his home break. He hasn't reached the quarterfinals yet. Surfing at the CT level of the Margaret River Pro. Lost to Seth Moniz the round before the quarters back in 2019. But yeah, this is the matchup that you'd love to see at Pipeline. You'd love to see it at Sunset. You'd love to see it in Tahiti. Basically pick a spot, G-Land, where these two would go battling to take off under the hood and try to outdo each other in the pit. Numbers are in from the previous exchange. A 6.67 for Barron to an 8.93 for Jack.
Yeah, well, Jack got that first part of the exchange, and it was just a bit more dynamic towards the end. So Barron's was a well-surfed wave, but Jack's was just that little bit of extra spice to it.
And the big sections, which the judges really love. Jack had a solid end section to lay down that rail. 8.93. Few judges went into the 9s. They dropped the high and the low and averaged the middle 3. We've had some close decisions today. We had the loss from Felipe Toledo, where 3 judges actually had him winning, but on the average, he fell short. That's when you know you have a great heat on paper, when it's hard to decide the champ of even that individual heat. Watching this. And now entering this wave, skipping down the line. The local boy will just keep searching as Barron holds priority.
Yeah, well, one thing about both these guys, they both love to just surf, you know, and they're going to have it out. This is just a classic kind of a street brawl in a way, because they both just love just surfing and not usually sitting there waiting. But Barron might be in a different situation, knowing that Jack's got that 8.93. I think he's going to probably go, well, now I need something special.
Just so all those viewers know out there, we've been watching the box all day. Great call to be at main break. It was just a bit too big for the slab, and wasn't that many good ones. As Jack is holding on to the lead, let's catch up with Jordy Smith hanging out with Kaipo.
Well, Jordy, on to the quarterfinals. I got to tell you, the equipment looks great under your feet.
Thanks, Cops. Yeah, it's Smith Shapes, my dad's boards. It's a new model, V12, kind of goes really good. Especially in these waves, it's got a narrower tail, a little flatter rocker. Allows me to kind of plane up those long faces. So, yeah, I'm stoked.
Well, keep it going. I mean, look at last year, runner-up. What's it going to take for a win this year?
Jeez, just got to get to the final and then just have a dig, eh? Yeah, but I mean, one heat at a time. Everyone's so good. Yeah, just take it heat by heat.
Well, there you go, Jordy Smith, the informed surfer so far here. Finals day. exciting stuff coming up.
Thank you, Kaipo. Jordy Smith.
Thanks,
Could tell is happy, confident, comfortable. Kind of used his canned answers for that one. You know, just one heat at a time, and let's just see how it goes. Everyone's good on tour. You know, I think he's just keeping his game face on, not telling us too much. He knows it's a long way to go on a finals day, from the round of 16 through the quarters, through the semifinals, and then to win. It's really going to press your fitness mentally and physically, as he'll have the winner of this heat, either Jack or Baron Mamiya, with 17 minutes to go in this one.
Yeah, well, Jordy's taking it in his stride, and he's on the fast track to the pointy end of the tournament once again. This heat just poised on a knife's edge. Baron will sit out there with priority. That could be an advantage to him if he picks the right wave.
Griffin Colapinto just head bobbing and just feeling the rhythm of the day. I feel like if he had an opportunity to be the star in a music video, he would sign right up for that.
Yeah, that was cool.
His filmer Cameron has done a lot of acting, and Griffin loves getting involved in that. They make the funniest videos, but he's preparing for probably one of the biggest showdowns of his career at main break. I mean, we've seen Griffin versus John earlier this year. Griff got the win on small conditions in Peniche, but this is different. I mean, this is John's domain. This is where he has changed every record and how you approach the main break. Griffin's not afraid to look at those performances and change his equipment with Matt Biolas to see what he needs to do to battle with John. That's going to be a fun one coming up next.
Yeah, and I always found myself, Joe, like, you know, Griffin, you know, this is his second heat of the day. I always found the second heat of the day is where you really get the cut loose. You've got that first win under your belt. All that confidence is there. You're feeling good. You know your equipment's good. You're loose. So, you know, John hasn't yet had a heat today.
And we'll see how that plays out in the next one. Meanwhile, we've got Baron Mamiya setting up the right. Frames up a quick carve to start on the open face. Wrapping turn on the second effort. Looking to stay on his feet. Hits it hard with a free fall. He'll get the lead off Jack with that one.
Yeah, he will definitely leapfrog Jack into the lead with that effort there. I like that ride, Joe. It was definitely more dynamic than his first one, particularly the first and last turns. And it seemed like it had a lot of body through the middle of it as well.
Baron Mamiya, nice, calm, cool kid from the North Shore of Oahu. Went to Sunset Beach Elementary School, right next to Pipeline. As we check out this last wave, what'd you think, Bugs?
Yeah, look at the offshore wind, and he just beautiful carve on the upper part of the wave. Another one. I like that turn right there, and then he just sets this up well, keeps the speed going, really hits that lip perfectly and projects in front of it. So he didn't have to deal with that impact zone.
And he got out of there quite well. The 7-5 for Baron Mamiya. Lead change over the local hero. Jack now needs a score to find his way into the quarterfinals. Time for a Bonsoy brew break.
I just want to leave my mark on tour as, I guess it's just more so to inspire kids who weren't as talented when they're younger. You know, I was in the same position as them, and if I can get there, they can.
Yeah, you want to win the titles and stuff, but you know, I really look forward to the performances, having some good battles of guys and bouncing off each other. Then you're putting on a show for everybody, and then that leads to the event wins or the titles, whatever it be. Then that comes after that.
Second stop of the season was at Sunset Beach, and we saw a wild card fulfill a lifelong dream. Tears were pouring out of his eyes when it was official, and he beat Kanoa Igarashi in the final, then to take the yellow jersey heading into stop number 3.
Yeah, it was a fantastic maiden victory, and sort of not only did it go down well, but gosh, it just set the world alight. It was the arrival of a new superstar of world surfing.
He had so many clutch moments in that one. There was a heat where Caio Ibelli had priority, let Barron go on a very small wave, and that just catapulted Barron's rhythm all the way to a huge event win. He called it the best day of his life.
And Joe, it kind of looked like main breaks in board shorts.
Certainly did. Jack's turn. Chasing down a 5.24. He packs the pit and makes it. The rare main break barrel. All the local knowledge. He knew it was coming. Some setup work on the open face. And now looking to finish on his feet. He'll go to the float. Smart decision. Maybe one more opportunity. There's no water left on that shallow section. So he had to get out of there. But always exciting when you see a nice, clean, round pit, especially at main break when it doesn't happen all the time. Jake Patterson on the steps said it could happen today. Just had that look to it and feel to it, and makes sense that a local was able to find the pit there.
Yeah, well, you know, we said it was, I think you said earlier on that, and you're right, the wind is just, the offshore is going to get stronger as the morning goes on, and that's going to make that incredible texture and open up the barrel. You could just tell when Jack took off on that one, he was barrel hunting, and he pulled in, and he's just such a good tube rider. You just felt kind of confident that he was coming out.
Let's have another look, Bugs.
Yeah, you can see right there, he just sort of gets that tube riding stance. He has to break through the lip. It sort of did clamp a bit at the end, but
he is so talented. Doesn't matter if the barrel's at pipe, sunset, main break, box. He's going to get it. And there's the float. This section was almost impossible. So shallow in there. As you can see that entry once again.
Yeah, Barron was having a look at it too. Look, there's a slight fade here, and that's the tube set up. He drags his arm. Another tube set up a sign. Again, just holds on to the top of the wave, and as it envelops him, he's deep right there, and he doesn't come out through the top. It comes out through the lip, but it wasn't like a pounding lip. There was just enough there for him to burst through.
Jack Robinson gets rewarded with a 7.13 and the lead for this effort.
Yeah, the rest of the wave wasn't that dynamic, Joe. This could have been anything, but that tube ride itself.
Now let's see if Barron can answer back. He's got the lip really shoving him down to the bottom. First turn, clean connection off the lip on that open face hook. Resetting with that second move, needs something big here as he's chasing an excellent score. Off the bottom, drills it off the top, and stomps it with authority.
Yeah, and so he should. I mean, that was just, again, I think he's lifted again. He started with that 6.67, then he got the 7.5. I'm feeling that was stronger again, Joe.
Now the requirement, though, is pushing pretty high, an 8.57 needed. First turn real clean, kind of just a filler move for the second effort. And just to let you know, all the fans out there watching on YouTube and Facebook Live, this stream will stop at the end of this round. So new live stream will start for the quarterfinals and beyond. All the fans watching in Brazil, coverage from the quarters on will continue exclusively on WorldSurfLeague.com and SportTV. And everyone else, just keep it right here. And we'll enjoy the quarterfinals here at the Margaret River Pro. Quarters coming up in 8:22 from now with John and Griffin Colapinto.
Wow, you know, buckle up. Buckle up. This wave here, don't you love it when a heat delivers on its promise? That first snap there, love every bit of that. So solid. Look how much poise he's got. Again, comes around now. This setup here is just cool, calm, and collected. Very dynamic. Widens his stance a bit to anticipate and attacks a lip and just shows it. This is just such a dynamic move, Joe.
Put so much into the finish, and he just had to free fall. He's solid in the air. That's always going to help him land in the flats hard. And there's the celebration.
Wow, fully torqued body.
Really enjoying Barron throughout this season on tour. It just feels like he's right where he belongs. It wasn't a wild card, kind of going, okay, let's just see how this goes. He knows he belongs on this tour. He showed that quite a few times. And even showing up to venues for the first time, he's got that special relationship with the ocean where he can figure out lineups incredibly quickly. Numbers starting to drop for Barron.
Oh, wow, this is going to be right on that money. 3 judges right across the board. It's going to come up just short, I feel.
Chasing down an 8.57. He gets an 8.43. Still second, but now needs a 7.64. Jack still out front with priority. Now a 6:45 remaining. And this is what you'd be hoping for with these two guys matched up, both with 7s and 8s, trading leads throughout the matchup. And this is exactly what you'd expect from these two guys on tour.
This is going blow for blow. They're nearly leapfrogging each other with every move. Barron just come up just ever so slightly, incrementally short. 3 judges had him 8.5s right across the board. He needed that 8.57.
And now just looking at the horizon, you can see the ocean jumping up with some potential opportunity. Jack looking to keep pressing against Barron. Mamiya is pretty dangerous under priority. We saw that last night, where he wasn't afraid to move his position and find different sections that were working for him. We'll see what his game plan is towards the back end.
But I love the way how he's lifting his performance as this heat goes on as need be. Jack opens up with that 8.93. It's become the benchmark score to best in this heat. And Barron has risen 6.67, 7.5, 8.43.
Here goes Jack Robinson on a solid one at main break. Real hollow behind him. Speed turn, and he's going to get out of there. He was absolutely flying on that one. Things will open up for Barron. Nice read on the late takeoff. And up and out to try to hold his position. And the battle for priority will begin now as we approach the 5-minute warning.
Yeah, well, Barron will hold it pretty comfortably, I feel. It's hard to say from where the judges sit, but he seemed like he got out of that one pretty early, Joe. And just seems to me he's got the inside running on that to regain priority.
Yeah, kicked out quickly. Had a jump start on Jack. It'll be very crucial for Barron to have priority for the next opportunity, since he's the one chasing, needing a 7.64. He'll have to get creative if Jack can control the back end of the heat.
And there it is, priority going to Barron. Now that is critical because 4.24, look at this. Jack has got 16.06, Barron 15.93, right there around that excellent scoring range.
Let's get ready for a surf movie. This one's called the Harvey Norman Recap. Jack Robinson versus Barron Mamiya. Things opened up well for Jack, enjoying things on the main break, getting an 8.93 early on, and this wave is still the highest number of the matchup so far.
Yeah, that was a brilliant ride there by Jack Robinson, and he gets his barrel here. This is only a 7.13, but it's a pretty nifty barrel. First one we've seen, and as Jake Patterson said, this could be in the mix for the day. And Barron opening up here, 7.5 on this effort, and just carving his way into contention. But the finish on this one really highlights this kid's talent, attacking that lip. He loved it.
There's the fire from young Barron Mamiya, who's still looking for a 7.64 to take the lead off Jack. He's got priority and 3 minutes to go. Once again, for everyone watching out there on YouTube and Facebook Live, the stream will stop at the end of this heat. Quarters are coming up next. A new live stream will start For fans watching in Brazil, coverage from the quarterfinals on will continue exclusively on WorldSurfLeague.com and SporTV. Everyone else enjoy quarterfinals here on Finals Day at the Margaret River Pro. We'll get there in about 2:40 from now. John looking for yet another title here at Margaret River. We talk about the crazy performances at the championship tour level, but we remember that John had that connection at Margaret River back when it was a qualifying series event as well, where he was getting his first wins out here back then.
Yeah, that's right. When it was a qualifier, John made a huge name for himself. Of course, he already had a massive name, but he came to Australia, came to the West, and he stamped his authority on this break and has not relinquished it.
Oh, he's been in fine form, and you really have to point out his last loss here was in 2016 to Kaiwa Belly. The events he hasn't won, he's been injured.
And Joe, I mean, cast your eyes out here. Look at the corduroy. It looks to me like a significant set is on the way. A minute 45 remaining. We buckle up, everyone. We are going to see, I believe, another exchange here between two of the most exciting surfers in the world.
Well, it's up to Barron with priority, needing a 7.64. They battle for the best movie parts in the great surf films around the world. They're battling for a spot in the quarterfinals. They're reliable under the clock to turn in big performances just like they would in a free surf. First wave not doing much, still a minute 10 to go for Barron.
Yeah, he just had a little bit of a fish around on that one. They certainly didn't make enough of a paddle with intent to sacrifice priority, so he's still in the box seat as far as that's concerned, but Jack holds the lead.
His coach, Matt Benbrough, is starting to pace around the stairs. That's the coach for Jack Robinson. Keeps looking back, looking at time, asking questions.
Oh, big set. They're scratching for the horizon, and they've had the duck under that one. That's a big wave, Joe.
So Mamiya wisely holding off, knowing that that one shut down quickly. 30 seconds, another choice here.
He might have to go.
And looks like Barron will commit super late. Controls the takeoff. First turn, finds his way through a carve. He'll stretch it out, big section approaching, hits it with all he has. And he will ride away. That'll be his last effort to try to get the lead change. Bugs, I think he was hoping for a big wide open pit when he dropped into that wave.
Yeah, it looked like it might do that. It was still a well-ridden wave. It was one of those bigger ones that go off the reef, but he did some good work on that wave.
Needing a 7.64. It's kind of showing how some of the set waves aren't as easy to find sections to really catapult off of, but the takeoff was brilliant.
God, he made it look so easy on that takeoff. Great snap there. A little bit of a chatter on the face, and then he sees this big section. It's way out the back. It's nowhere near the inside, and he kind of just has to wrestle with that big lip. But look at this takeoff. It's extraordinary. It just makes it look so easy. It's seamless. If you get point, you know, I don't know if they give points for takeoffs, but that was a 10 out of 10 takeoff.
He does that all day long at home, where he's found so much comfort in just having a 10-foot free fall and not even flinching. And the thing was, were the sections there, Bugs?
Well, it's this big behemoth section that he just attacks here, sort of bounces out of it. Well, this one really is in the hands of the judges.
Obviously, the size of the wave is his favor, but to actually control that rail line to start, there's a lot of bump there, and the end section wasn't the friendliest to really give him a weightless section to work with. Scores are coming in for Barron. It is not enough. Jack Robinson gets the win and will move into his first quarterfinal appearance at the Margaret River Pro, as he will be taking on Jordy Smith in quarterfinal number 4. It's time for the quarterfinals. Coming up next, it's John Florence taking on Griffin Colapinto. We'll bring in Ronnie Blakey and Richie Lovett for the call.
probably be around the final. I better go.